Good morning. All right. How's everyone doing today? Just getting everything open. Looks like the server finished opening. Let's restart it. Just get back to square one here. Let's close all these files down because I don't know what I was working on there. Wasn't able to do anything yesterday. I had my real day job keeping me busy. Don't you hate those? But my plan today is to finish up what we've been working on. So we have been working on the combat scene, getting the basic flow working, getting all the little basic UI elements set up and working as well. So we're getting really close. I think, let me do a quick run. Let me make sure the server's running. We'll do a quick run on the UI side here and just kind of show where we're at and what I'm hoping to get done today. So let's do a run here. Hopefully it's not broken. That shouldn't be. Oh, where did I leave my cup? I'm gonna have to go grab my cup in a minute. I must have left it in the kitchen. Yeah, the first run always takes a little bit longer after reloading the project. Anytime now. Just loading. There it goes, finally. So we have this set up. I'm going to fix. So one of the things we're going to fix today. Let me pick some notes right in front of me here so I stay on track. So one of the first things is to fix that action bar when it's in pause mode. So right now we're in pause mode, and maybe I should show that somewhere as well. Maybe I should make a just a little UI element that pops up when the game's paused, and it just says paused across the top middle there. Probably is a good spot for it. So action bars need to stop moving when we're paused. That shouldn't be too hard, I don't think, to implement. We're just going to have to set a flag, and we actually already have a flag in the database that's getting passed. So we mainly need to look at that flag, and if it's set to paused, or not running is the name of the flag in our database, then those bars should not increment anymore. They should just stop where they're at. So that should be a really quick fix. And then I want to go ahead and do what I just said. I'm going to add a paused, just text. We'll just say a paused text box, top middle, just to really call out when it's paused. Okay. The next thing I'm going to do, and it's not going to be pretty, but I already have a sprite that I played with on one of the AI generators to create us just a sprite sheet for a wolf animation. So we'll pull that in and figure out some basic scripting for that. So right now, the way I tested that, there's separate animations in the sprite sheet. So there's one for idle, there's one for attack, there's one for when they're hit, and there's one for when they die. So I want to bring in all 4 of those animations and set up a basic script that will correctly work off of the combat events that we created in the last session. So last session we created that combat event object, which had an action thing that showed if they were attacked. We're going to have to add a couple more elements to that. So one of them will be die. So if their hit points go to 0, it should create a combat event for dying. And also we're going to create a, what else? I think that's the only one we're missing, because the attack event itself has the target events that are getting captured. We just need to make sure we capture it on the front end side. I don't think we are yet. So we not only want to show the animation for attack, so let's click play and you'll see the attack animation start up. So we want that, but we also want something to happen on the target that they're hitting. So we haven't coded that side of it yet. So that's another thing we're going to do. Let me write that down. So we're going to add the sprite sheets with the basic animations. We're going to add a die event in the combat events, so that can trigger anything we want to happen when they die. We're going to do that today. The sprite sheets, like I said, I think that would normally take a long time, but I already did a little bit of testing, so I think we should be able to get through that fairly quickly. That might take a little bit of the time today. And then the die event should be very quick to add. We just need to trigger in the code that looks if it hits 0 hit points. We need to trigger something that either flags or does something to create that combat event. I don't think that should be too hard. All right, so that sprite sheets, we need to add the other side. We need to add the targeted units in an attack need to show their hit animation. And we can build that out deeper later on, but at least let's get it triggering that hit animation, and then we can build out what happens during that hit animation if it's not visible enough or whatever at this point. But that'll be a good first step for that. We'll have when they die, we'll have when they get hit, we'll have actual graphics for the enemies as well. And the only other thing we need to do before I would consider this first pass of the combat scene complete is right now, you can see in my code down here, when all of the enemies died, the game just crashes out because there's no end combat logic. So right now it says, oh, there's nobody to attack. I don't know what to do. And it just hits a crash. So we're going to add logic to end combat gracefully and at least prepare it for future battles. And that just means we want the ability to, say, generate a new battle. Right now we're not generating anything, it's all static data, but I want the ability in the future, at least on this first few phases here, is to have a button down here that says generate new battle. And then it will start over with the heroes where they were at the end of that last battle, and they'll have a fresh set of enemies over here. So that's kind of how I'm figuring out that, and we just need a way for it to gracefully end that combat. That shouldn't be too hard to do either. We're just not looking for that logic yet anywhere. So, all right, that's a pretty long list, but let's see if we can get through this today. So let's start with the easy one, the action bar. I think that's going to be an easy one anyways. So right now we're already passing an element in the combat manager, or in the combat object, I should say, that's called let's look here. We're going to jump to the on the hero component controller. Do we have what we would need for that to stop? Is it tied to the hero or is it tied to combat itself? Because that might be an issue. We won't, or at least we won't be able to make the change in these individual components, because these individual components only have either the hero or the monster for the monster side. But hero info doesn't have that flag I'm talking about. That's stored in the combat object itself. So let's think. Right now, the updates are happening in the individual objects, of course. That's where we need it. But really what we want to do here is say this calculation action time equals, so that's fine, but we don't want time elapsed to go up. Right here, we don't want this to happen if the game is not running. So that's what we need. We need to put and combat is running for it to elapse the time. But we don't have a combat object here. So let's think. How can we either get the combat object here, which really we probably can do the combat manager itself is a singleton. So we can grab that instance. Are we saving the combat object? Let's see. If we're not, we probably should be. So as it's looping through, oh, we're using the event. Do we want to trigger the event maybe? I don't think so, because the event's already triggered off of the higher class, so it's triggering on the party panel. And the party panel is then delegating and pushing the data for the individual heroes down through its controller. I don't think we need to grab onto that. We are saving the combat info object on the combat manager. So what if we just use the instance? I don't think that's too resource intensive to do that. Let's just try that and see if that's clean enough. It'll be a quick fix here anyways. And I don't think that that is a big issue. So mainly all we're going to do here is say and combat manager dot instance dot I don't remember what the name of the field is running, I think. No, I'm gonna go look in the proto file. I just don't remember off the top of my head what we called that. We called it just running. So hopefully there's a field over here called running. Maybe I have to get a hold of that combat. That's right, combat info, dot running. All right. So if it's true, which this is what this reads already. So it has to be true, has to be running, or it's going to quit elapsing the time here. Let's do this for the monster component. It's similar, but not exactly the same, but this part's the same. We're just going to do the same thing here. Combat manager dot instance dot combat info dot running. All right. We are going to have to reset a little bit in the database every round. We probably need to figure out a way for this system to do that. Since it already says started and we're not resetting that anywhere yet, maybe that's what we'll work on next, is actually doing the logic to end combat gracefully, because we can do that before these other steps. And that'll clean up this spot where we're having to go in and edit the database every time. Okay. That will allow it to reset the combat now when I retest it. So we're going to test and see if when we pause, and also when it first loads the scene, those bars should not be moving anymore if we did that correctly. And then when we push play, they should start moving. And when we push pause, they should stop. Okay, they're not moving, but they're already defaulted to full. That's the only thing I don't like. Why are they starting full? Is it just because that's how I have the base prefabs stored, probably? And since it's starting in that state, so maybe I should just save the prefabs as 0 instead of full. But anyways, let's push play, and what we're hoping to see is those bars then start up, and then we can pause it and we can get them to stop wherever they're at. So let's try that. Okay, and now pause. Something didn't work there. They're still filling up. All right, so the server did stop. It quit streaming. Let's make sure the database updated correctly. I guess the problem might be when we push pause, what we're doing is killing the connection to the server. So it's never sending that final update from the server showing that the game is paused. So maybe this isn't going to work. We might have to do this. The pause portion on the front end. So when we push pause, right now we're triggering, it's on the action panel controller. Yeah, see, we're triggering on disable in the combat manager, and that is killing the connection. So in this object, maybe we should just go in, maybe in the combat manager, we should store a separate object that's tied to the same field that we just looked for, but we manually change it when we push pause. And then otherwise it's updating from the system. Would that work? Or do I just change that flag when I click different buttons on the front end? Because it shouldn't affect the back end. We're mainly just trying to fix the display. This isn't messing up. The data itself is always right in the background. But the server, I keep saying server, the Unity client is not really showing the data correctly because we lose that connection. It doesn't know to stop. So I think what we'll do, let's go into the combat manager. Let's create a new flag and just call it, let's make it a property that we can see from the other classes. So it'll be a Boolean and it'll just be called is running. And we should allow it to be received, but it can't be set out of this. It has to be set from within this class. So people can look and see if it's running, but as far as changing the value of it's running, it needs to happen in this combat manager. That's all that means. So really what we need to do is just change it to true when we start the stream, which is right here, I think. Yeah, so here you can see we're making the connection. So down here, once we've made this connection, we're just going to change this to is running equals true. And then in that same code that got called to stop it, the on disable, we will put right here's probably good. Is running equals false. All right, and then instead of the code looking at the element in the combat object, we will just put is running. So that new flag we just generated, which is outside of the combat object, and we had to do it that way because we're not receiving the combat object back when we say stop. When we stop the stream, we quit getting this object back, which caused that not to work the way I wanted it to. So this should work fine. Let's change it here as well. Okay. All right. That looks good. I think we're probably still running, so I need to stop it. Oh, and let's change that other thing we mentioned when we were just watching. Let's see if we can fix the bars being full when the combat first starts. Let's change it to where they are empty. So I think we should just be able to go into the prefab and change the action bars down to their lowest value instead of their highest value. And that should fix that display issue. Okay, so once this is done compiling, it keeps compiling. Okay. So the monster component is one of these. And this is going to change very soon when we start adding the graphics in. But you can see here the default is full, like when it just in the saved in the component. So let's just save it as 0 instead of 1. And then the same thing for the base. So the other character is just stored on this combat base component. So same thing here. Let's move that down to 0. And that should clean up the just the view when it first starts combat. Let's save that. We don't want to lose those changes. And let's make sure the server's okay. We are. Let's push play. And actually, we might have needed to reset the database again. I don't think so, though, because we'll see. It should actually start in the middle of combat with this new test we just did. So let's see if that happens. I don't know if it will. When it loads that first combat block of object or combat block of data, all of their, well, no, we don't have it looking at that to start. Yeah, that might be an issue I just thought about. So my issue I'm trying to say is if we click play here, their bars should be based on wherever they stopped in combat. So actually what we need here, we need to populate this fill bar like a one-time fill when it first initializes combat. It needs to start where it's at in the database. So let's check that first and see where it's actually at, just as an example here. Let's look in the, I need to close all this. And the heroes, let's look at what their time elapsed is. See how it's not 0? I want this to show on their action bars when the data first loads. So we need to do in the start function, we need to run, it doesn't need to be the start function. We created let's go back to the combat manager. That's where it's at. So we created this additional event called combat init, and that's where it needs to go. So we need to look at this event, which I think we're already looking at on the party panel controller. So we have this on combat init, and then we run this on combat updated. And it says if it hasn't been initialized yet, we're doing the create party panel. So down here in this part, and we do have a combat object. This combat object should have that timing that I'm talking about. So down here, what we'll do is we're running this place hero script. Give me just a second, guys. I'm gonna go get my drink, or I'm gonna start coughing. Sorry about that. I actually left my cup outside when I took the dog out earlier. So it took me a minute to track it down. Okay, so we need to trigger that update to the action bar on the initialization here. So right now, place hero is doing what? It's setting some of these initial things on the controller. But since we have a reference to the controller down here, what we can do is create one extra method that runs on the hero controller itself. And let's call it, just to kind of match what we're doing here, let's call it on init or combat init or whatever we called it on the event. We called it on combat init. So let's do the same thing down here. We're going to create a new function. Let's just call it on combat init. And it's going to receive, on this initial call anyways, let's make it receive the combat object. All right. I don't think we really have to do this, but it's probably a slightly quicker maybe to pass the reference this way. Either way, it's not a big deal, but so we have the on combat init, and what do we want to do in here? We want to take the action bar dot what was the name of that field? It's not liking that. It was called, oh, it's on the base controller. That's right. So we want to do base controller dot action bar dot fill amount equals do we need, at this point we don't need the combat object anyways, do we? Maybe I'm overthinking this, because we already have, as long as we set the call to this up underneath where we set the hero info object, we should already have what I'm needing in the hero info object. So we'll say hero info dot common dot time elapsed, right? Let's check how it's done in the update, because we're just copying that first little section there. So we're going to need this. We're going to have to define attack speed. And then the time elapse, yeah, we modify the attack speed, we don't modify time elapsed, because time elapsed in Unity is in seconds, and we found out that time elapsed in my other system is in milliseconds, which is times 1,000. So the fill amount should be, I meant to copy that. Maybe I did copy it and I just didn't paste it yet. Time elapsed divided by action time. Let me look at that and make sure I didn't miss something. So the action time is the attack speed divided by 1,000. Okay. And then time elapsed coming out of our object. I don't know if that looks right. I don't think that's right. We might have to divide this by 1,000 too. Because if this is coming out of the database, we just looked at the database, that's in the 1,000. So we have to divide that too, at least for this first initialization. Now up here, we're actually using the Unity side of time elapse, and we did this because we want it to look smooth. We're only making updates from the server every 250 milliseconds. And if we waited to update the action bar every 250 milliseconds, you're going to notice that, and it's going to look blocky and just not going to look good. So let's do that. I can just do it here. Actually, it'll just be cleaner. We'll do this. We'll say float time elapsed equals float hero info dot common dot time elapsed divided by 1,000. So now both of them are in the same format and they match what Unity's going to have. And that will just set it to an initial value so it matches whatever's in the database. So if we load the system back up mid-combat, which is what I want the ability to do, we're still going to know where we're at in combat and whose turn's coming up next and stuff like that. Oh, this is a initial time elapsed. Let's do that. Just so we're not overriding. We don't want to overwrite this one. See how there's already a time elapsed field. That should work. That way we're not overriding something that's already in the class. All right. If this works, now we have to actually call it though from the party panel. So down here where it did the place hero and we've called all this, as soon as we have the hero assigned, so anywhere below this, we can make this call. Let's just make it, we'll just make it right after that. So we'll say hero controller dot, wait. Hero controller, where's that assigned? Hero component controller. So why, I don't think I need this. I was looking at that line and thinking this looks funky to me, but because you've already assigned this to the hero component controller. So that line was just kind of messy and it was messing with my head. So now we should be able to grab the method that we just called on combat init. And we aren't going to need the combat object, so I think I already took that out. We've only fixed the party side, but if this works, we're going to do a quick test. And if this works, we will fix the enemy side. And this actually fixes the issue we just did where we just defaulted it to 0 on the prefabs. That's really not going to matter once this works. This is going to assign a value at the start of combat, which is what we want, so we're good. Okay, try this again. It should start off in a pause state. And hopefully it shows about 1.5 seconds of action time on those action bars. They should all be slightly different in length because some of them have different action times than others, some of the heroes. Some of them take 5 seconds, some of them take... Oh, what did we break? We broke something or it wouldn't have stopped like that. This isn't defined at this point. Okay, so we do need to go a little bit deeper where I place this. Because see, right now it's getting mad because this base controller isn't defined. All right, so let's go check my where I placed this call. See right here we assign the base controller. So we need to actually make our call. Let's just make it under everything else and that'll, in case we add more values later on. Later on in this method, we want to make sure all of this other data is ready to go before we make our call. All right, let's stop and start it again. Check my work computer every so often to make sure nothing comes in. I've been kind of working my flex hours for my real job. That way I can do these streams during the day. And then when it gets quiet in the evening, sometimes I'll just finish up my work. Okay, let's push play again. Hopefully all the characters show up like we want with action bars partially filled. Here we go. So see how they're all slightly different because each one of these characters in the database takes a different amount of time before they attack. So all of them are at around 1.5 seconds of elapsed time. So that looks good. So let's go ahead and stop it, and let's fix that for the enemy side. Even when we add the sprite sheets, I'm still going to want this set up, so we want to go ahead and make these updates. They're still going to have an action bar. Let's go in here first and make a new call. What's going on here? Oh, that's a namespace. Yeah, okay. All right, so we're going to put public void on combat init. And we can probably just copy the same code over that we made over here. The only thing that'll change is the references there. So let's copy that, paste it. And then instead of hero info, I think we called it monster object. Don't know why we use different naming conventions there. That's a different issue for a different day. And then instead of base controller, the action bar on this one is just in this object. So we should just be able to get rid of that reference. Time elapsed, attack speed. And we have to make this call from our on combat init in the enemy panel controller. So let's see how that one runs. So we have an on combat update, and then we say create enemy panel. And it looks like we don't run anything else outside of this. So we instantiate the object, we set the component controller, then we set the monster object, and then we just add that to the list. So I guess we'll do it right here. This one doesn't currently have a lot of stuff going on. We might have to add something later on, but this will be .on combat init. Then we just need that same line in that second for loop for the back row characters. Okay. Let's test that. Now all of, including the enemies, should all have their state saved. Okay. Push play. All right, there we go. So the bars are set. The bars are set up. And if I push play now, my hope is that they start moving. And then if I pause it again, they should stop. So let's see if that works. Play. Oh, they didn't really do what I wanted there. But they did stop when I paused it. Now if I push play, are they going to reset again? No, not that time. So that initial play, the initial play did not work. As soon as I pushed play, they all reverted to 0. And that's not what we want. So let's check the normal loop for the action bar code and see if it's getting initialized there maybe. I'm betting that's what we did. the update function here, right here. Time elapsed, and the start function is set to 0. Okay, that's the issue. So this is the, really we should, remember when I said we don't want to overlap the time elapsed field? Actually, we do want to overlap it. We want to change this in our init functions so that this reads correctly. And I think that will fix the issue. So down here, where we're doing this initialize time elapsed, we actually want to change the actual time elapsed to that value. Yep, we do actually want to change that. At first I thought we don't want to mess with that, but we do because it's messing up when it starts the normal loop. Let's do that on the monster side as well. We don't want this special field. We want to use the one that's already built in, or that we've already started with. We still have to do the conversion logic because the database time elapsed is in milliseconds, and Unity's time system runs in seconds, like the time.delta time. At least the way we're using it, I should say. Okay. I think if we stop it and start it again, I think it's going to work this time. See, everything always takes longer than we think, so I'm not even through this first action item. I thought this would take us 5 minutes, but I didn't think through all the little pieces of it, you know? Not quite as cut and dry as the flag on and off like I had hoped. I think we are finally there. All right. All the action bars are in a spot based on the values. Now, if I push play, I want these to stay where they're at. So let's see. Let me pause it again. Play it again. Nice. Okay. Now we've got it. That's perfect. Because this is actually, when we push pause, it's actually saving this state in the database as well. So like I said, we can kind of do one extra check here. So see how this hero in the middle back is about halfway and the one in front of it's about 3/4. If we stop and then restart it, we should see that same data. We should see those same positions. So this will allow us to exit out of the game and come back, and it will save the exact spot that it was in, which is what I'm going for here. If you're playing this on your mobile phone and a call comes in and you exit your game, we want it to be able to come back just like this. See how it's about halfway and about 3/4? That's exactly what we want. And then you can push play again and resume. And then, so now this next thing we're going to fix is, let's go ahead and fix the logic to end combat and to reset the just kind of reset combat in the game rather than having to do it manually through the database. So right now, like I said, as soon as everything hits 0 over here, and the only reason I don't think the heroes are hitting 0, even though I don't have their HP showing yet, I don't even know if the hero's HP is getting adjusted yet. Did we fix that yet? Let's double check. It's not a huge, I mean, it's just another piece of this that we'll have to look into. No, their HP is actually not going down yet, and I thought I had fixed that, but maybe not. Maybe I hadn't yet. I think we started looking at that, and then I got to the point where I had to quit for the day, and I guess I forgot to relook at that again. Hopefully that's not a huge issue. Hopefully it's something quick that I'm just missing there. Because I thought I had everything set up where the combat loop works both ways. It works for the heroes attacking enemies, but it should also be working for enemies attacking the heroes. Okay, anyways, let's not worry about that right this second. I'm going to make a note. Enemies don't appear to be attacking. Even though I think they actually are in the code. Because remember how we create combat events whenever they trigger the attack option? So something's just not saving right is what's happening. We're causing the methods to trigger in the server, or these wouldn't have triggered here. So we can look at that though. Let's add an HP bar. Let's do that next, and then we'll try to fix this bug where the enemies aren't actually doing damage in the database when they should be. But let's add an HP bar to the heroes so we have a way to see if they're actually taking damage. That should be a quick thing. If we go back into the prefab, which for the heroes is this combat-based component, right now we have an action bar. Let's just kind of duplicate this idea, and we're going to create one for their HP. So let's call this these to be together, not underneath that one. It's not what I was going for. Let's name this one HP bar. We'll call this one HP bar background. Okay. And then let's select both of them and move them which way? Up or down? Do I want this above their heads or do I want it below the action bar? For now, let's just put it below the action bar. It's easier to see positioning. I wish there was a way to see the scale of the sprites here so I knew where the top of the sprite was. If I place this behind the sprite, at least the way I have this set up right now, it's going to look like it's behind the sprite in the game, and I don't want that for sure. So it can't be on the sprite itself that it's covering anyways. At least the way we have this coded so far. So let's change the color slightly. We'll make the background for the health bar red, a dark red, and then we'll make the health bar itself, let's make it green, maybe a brighter green. Let's see if something like that looks good. And we can test that just by filling this. Yeah, I think that looks good. Okay. And we're going to have to go into our, so it'll be this same game object, this combat-based component controller, and we're just going to do something very similar. We're just going to add a reference to this new image called HP bar. And we can do this for the mana bar too, but for now we're just going to do it for the HP bar. And then we have a reference to this in our hero component. And on hit, this is when we can adjust their hit points. So if they've been hit, we know their hit points changed. So this is where we need to trigger this new update. So it'll be base controller dot HP bar dot fill amount equals, and let's see, this will be the hero info dot common dot get, or just dot current HP. Think about what the value was, divided by hero info dot common dot base HP. The way I have it named right now, and there's no other ways to manipulate these. Eventually what we're probably going to have is we'll have a little bit more going on here, because the HP could be modified by spells, it could be modified by, so you know what I mean, there's going to be more modifiers than just being able to pull the number directly like this. But we're not that far yet, so we'll think about that when we get to it. Possible loss of fraction, so we do have to make one side of this a float to make it do the math correctly. And then we also are going to have to do the same thing in the initialization, just so when it first loads, just like we did with the action bar, making sure it was in a default state correctly, we need to do the same thing up here. So it needs to be called here, and then anytime they're hit, it needs to be called here. And this is where we're also going to have to define the hit in the target stuff. So in the combat event, the list of targets needs to do a hit animation, and it also needs to do, I mean, we need to trigger this. Right now we're not triggering this hit anywhere in the code, and that's why it's gray. And we have that as one of our line items for today. So we're gonna, let's go ahead and work on that. They're just kind of they're all kind of overlapping a little bit today, so I know it seems like I'm jumping from one to another, but they're actually overlapping. So these all need to kind of happen in parallel. So let's see, the hit. Let's go back to the party panel, because that's where we do some of the combat event stuff. I think. Where was I doing the combat event? So we're updating the party panel when it's already initialized. We're sending the group of events. Okay, so here it is. We're creating the unit events. But this is based on the unit. We also need to do a target. So in this combat util class, let's go here. This is Shift F6 in this IDE. No, that wasn't it. That's the rename. I've been using different IDEs, so I'm trying to learn all the shortcuts, because it's not good to do this every time. Control Alt B. Control B. There we go. See, I found it. Control B. So we have this get unit events, but now we need another one called, it's still going to return a list of combat events, but this time it'll be get target event. This means the unit that this is getting sent to was a target in an attack or an action in this tick of time. So each one of these lists of events is only happens during that 250 millisecond timing event. And get unit events. We're going to have the unit that we're modifying, and we're going to pass in the combat object. And we need to do something similar here. So list of combat event initialization, we're going to call this target events. And a new list. Oh, come on. And then we just need to loop through all the events that came in on this combat object. All right, combat events. And in this case, we want to say if combat event dot, it's not the source unit, it's the target. So everything else is about the same as the top. We just mainly want to make sure it matches the IDs. And remember, we did fix that in the last session too. We had the issue where we had to create a sequence because the heroes and the monsters were overlapping on IDs and causing weird effects to happen. So thankfully we don't have that issue here because we already fixed it. And then we just want to add this event if it matches. So add a combat event. And then at the bottom here, we just need to return that. All right, so we have a list of target events we can get in this method. Now we need to set this up and call it. And it's going to have to get passed into the hero component. So we have the unit events. We're going to have a new one called target events. And I'm keeping these separate. I realize we could probably do the logic somewhere else, but I like it where we've got it here. This is kind of like a step within the combat loop. We'll manage it here and then we'll send all right, so the target events we need to generate. Just by calling that new thing we said, get target events. Hero and combat gets passed in. Same up here. Let's just copy that. Okay. So that's calling it, and we're updating the hero component, but down here we need to actually update this. So we're going to add another that list in here we're going to need. Oh, and I already created it. How convenient is that? See, I knew it was coming. I just hadn't created it yet. So we're just going to assign that as well. All right, so that's assigned. Good. Okay. If this works, so let's do it just for the hero side and test it. And if everything works as expected, now we haven't actually done anything with target events in the hero component yet. So we still have to do that step, don't we? We've assigned it, but so right here we said do unit events. So this is where we need to do it. Do the update, I mean. And this is triggered off of what? What's triggering do unit? Oh, I know it's triggering it. It's in the right here. On combat update triggers this, and then that triggers down here. All right, so we just want to do the same thing. We want to loop for each combat event, unit event, and target events. And then in this case, it's actually the same. We'll still set up a switch because eventually this will be built out. Let's change that to target event. Eventually there will be a lot of other things here that can happen, but right now we still only have attack as the type. And I forgot to put the type up here. So right now, if it's an attack, that means that this hero is the target, so we want to do hit. Okay. And we want to break out of there, and you always want to set a default in case you have default. You want to check for something that shouldn't come through. I'm not doing that yet, but... All right, so if it's an attack action, which that's the only thing we have in our test data right now, then trigger the hit if you're a target of that attack. So here's where we know do I need to pass that event object to hit? I think I do, because I want to know the damage value, remember, and we're storing that in this combat event object. So let's pass that in to the hit event. All right, I think this will work. So let's tell it it's also receiving a combat event now. We don't have to do this just yet. We'll say to do loading combat text for damage. But for now, we will just do a debug log that says I can do like almost like a line of text that you would see in an old school RPG, like think Dragon Warrior, where it says so and so monster attacks hero for X damage. I should be able to do that here. So I can do hero info dot name, or not name, dot common dot name was hit by, and here we have that data in this event. So target event dot source unit dot common dot name was hit by the name for target event dot value plus damage. I thought it was value. Maybe it's a capital V and it just did that. Yeah, that's what it was. Let's spell damage right. Okay. Hero name was hit by that name for that much damage. So that shows that we have all the data we would need to make the visual side of the game operate correctly. We know who's attacking. We know who's got hit. We know how much damage they took. We'll do the floating combat text later because it's going to take a little bit of time and I want to get through these other steps. So we're playing the animation for the hit. We're putting in the debug log that they were hit, and we're updating the HP bar with their current HP. So that should also be updated in the database combat object, which is what gets passed here. So we don't do any of the changes of data on the UI side. Everything that we need has already been in the combat object. We're just displaying it to the user. And I've said this in several sessions. None of the logic should happen in Unity. All of the logic should happen on the server, and the data should get passed to Unity to display. And that's what we're doing here. We're not changing any of these values. Even when we click buttons in Unity, it's going to trigger stuff that gets sent to the server to run. Unity won't run any of the logic. So this is good. We're still following that concept and not breaking any rules. So I think now this should work. So let's test it out and see. Did I assign the HP bar? I don't think I did yet. Once this finishes loading, it should show up over here, and I need to assign it to that reference or it's going to get mad. Okay. Got that assigned. Let's save the scene since we did make changes to the scene side. And let's push play and see what happens. I'm gonna check stuff off on our little to-do list here as we do it. So the action bar's good. I'm gonna mark that one off. 1 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 action items today is done. All right, the health bar. I think the reason this one on the bottom looks awkward is because it's overlapping that other. It's going down below the panel that it's in, so I might have to fix the layout just a little bit on this so this doesn't happen. I think this bar is actually green, but it's getting messed up because it's behind something else. So we'll ignore that for now. We have life. Now we already know we have to fix this other issue that we haven't troubleshooted yet where the heroes aren't taking damage. But let's see if we even see that new hit happen. Because I think it should. Like when we see it where it says wolf attacked, it should also be triggering something on this side for the damage. So let's see what happens. Oh, I have to reset the database. That's right. Darn it. I hate when I forget to do that. In the encounter object, nope, not the encounter. In the combat object, we have to click start to 0 so that that makes it, the code we've created will reset everybody's HPs to full. At least the way we have it set so far. Otherwise, it tries to run a combat loop and it says everything's already dead and it just crashes out right now. We will fix that very shortly today, because that's annoying that we keep forgetting to do that and it's causing just some extra steps. All right, so what do we want to happen here? We want to see the debug log showing that the heroes are getting attacked and taking damage, even if it doesn't show up in the UI or in the game scene itself, because we know something's not saving correctly on the server side for the heroes' damage. It's not taking life out of there for some reason. I'm hoping it shows up down here. When this fills up, Wolf attacked, Chris was hit for 1 damage. Bob was hit for 1 damage. Chris was hit again. Alright. So we are getting values. That's good. I need to fix the layout over here too. I think when we change I realized when we changed the IDs that we messed something up here on the layout for the enemies. The Evo Fairy is supposed to be in the back row, and he is logically still in the back row. It didn't let him get attacked till these other 3 died, but for some reason the layout is messed up. And I think it's just something I messed up in the data layer that isn't going to happen in the real game, but that's just kind of annoying that it looks that way. All right, so it says they're taking damage, but they're not really taking damage. So let's troubleshoot that. We can look in the database and see that they're not taking damage. I just checked that a minute ago, but we'll double check it again just to show. So I did pause it. It shouldn't have reset this or anything, but the current HP on every character is still max. So we need to go to the server. That would get updated in the server, so it's got to be something over here. Let's look at the logic on and the monsters update fine, which makes me believe it's probably in this hero unit class. That's where the take damage method is. Let's see if there's differences on the take damage method between these two that I'm missing. So here's the take damage for a monster. Here's the take damage for a hero. Okay. So now let's see where this is called, because these are both exactly the same, and they probably should be. I don't see anything here that would make this break, which makes me think we're not actually calling this, at least for the hero side. If current, wait, that's not indented. Current HP equals 0. Yeah, that's just an inline if statement. Yeah, so we're good. Those are exactly the same as they should be. So let's look, what's triggering take damage? I think that would be the attack, this guy. So calculate basic attack, and we pass in all of those, and that gives us a damage value, which that part's working. Defender. So this attack itself is triggered in the combat service. So let's back up that far. We're just kind of stepping through the loop and following this to see see what it's doing. Let's find where we're doing the actual combat loop, which is down here. All right, so something in here isn't working, I bet. So the combat unit is ready, gets triggered. So that would be, in our example where we're trying to troubleshoot, it would be an enemy. So like this would be a monster unit is ready. So one of the wolves is ready to attack. It chooses a target, which it is choosing a target because we can see that in the combat events. Right here, we can see that it chose a target correctly. This could be as easy as me not setting the current HP values in the database too, because a lot of this looks fine. I'm not seeing any issues here. This is like a parent class for the monster and hero units, so it's gonna do the same thing on both, and there shouldn't be any issues between the two. I bet we're not setting the current HP in the service call that updates the database. How much you want to bet that's the issue? Let's go check that next. So that would be the hero service. And let's scroll down to where we created those conversion routines and make sure that we're setting current HP somewhere in both of these. we'll do a search. Set current HP. It looks like it's there. Convert hero unit to hero database unit. Are we doing it in both spots? Up here, we're setting it hero DB get current HP. Not equal to null. If it is null, assign it 0. That's fine. It's not 0 in the database. We are setting it. We're getting so this object gets generated. Let's backtrack because I guess this isn't the issue. Are we setting the base? Yeah, we're setting the base and the current HP. Get common, get base, get current. Are we doing the same thing up here? This is the main one that saves it. This database object ends up getting saved in the database after it gets created. So I see the updates here though. We might have to debug this and see what the value is. Maybe it's not setting the value correctly at some point. So let's go back to the combat service. So after all these things run, so maybe this part's working. The attack's working, but maybe we're not actually saving the updates in the new update objects. So let's find out let's go look where we're doing the update combat. So we have the list of units, combat units, and then the combat object, and the list of events that we just generated. So the combat events is fine. We think that's accurate. It looks like it's accurate. Current time doesn't matter. That's just tracking the loop. These two, if we can't figure this out, we might want to do a debug break right here to see, does combat units, when it gets to this point, do the hit points for heroes when they're attacked have less, is it less than max for the current HP? Because if it's not, then something in the code we already looked at wasn't working, and I don't know what it could be because it looks fine to me, but that would be one way to tell if something in what we've already checked is broken. But then down here we run update combat. We create new builders. And on the combat one, just to show this, maybe this is an issue. Let me look. We set to builder instead of new builder, which means it's taking whatever's in this combat object that's getting passed. So combat, we're not updating this anywhere from the beginning of the loop. So the combat object has what's stored. The combat object itself has the data that was stored before the combat loop. So let me call that out as we're looking through this, and maybe that's the issue. Combat units has the updates from combat. So somewhere down here, we need to be adding these new combat units to this builder object that we're working on, this combat builder. If we don't do that correctly, that could be the issue. So let's look. We're looping through the combat units. We do have to break these out and say if they're an instance of certain units. So, I mean, maybe this logic isn't working either. There is a debug here in the hero unit side only that says after updates time elapsed is, oh, that's a debug though, so it wouldn't show up right now. Build updated unit. So let's make sure that's the same between the two. I'm almost positive it is, but let's make sure we're building these the same way. So this is the builders for the JRPC objects in both of these. But it mainly just builds that updated object. So we're getting the builder, we're setting the common, and the monster's working. That's why I'm comparing these two to look for some kind of difference that I'm missing here. We're setting the hero builder, and then we're building the final unit. This one's just named slightly different, which is fine because they're just, those are the, this is the hero unit, this is the monster unit. That looks fine, at least at first glance. So I don't think that's the issue. So this part should still be good. We should have an updated unit. And then we run update in each of the services. So monster, let's open the monster service. And let's drop it over here so we can view them side by side. So it's running update monster, and the hero runs update hero. Wait, what is this doing? Unit hero equals hero unit combat unit dot get updated hero. Get updated hero. What does get updated? It should just be returning that thing we built, I think. Where's that at? Get updated hero. Oh, it's just a, it's my object that I'm storing. So updated hero. And we just saved that. We just saw that we saved that into that object. Okay, so that's fine. That's not an issue. This part looks good. And we know this part's working and it looks good. So now we have the service calls, one for update hero and the hero and one for update monster. So let's look at those two side by side and look for differences. So here's update monster already. Here's update hero. Convert hero unit to hero DB. And then save. That's where it's making the actual save. So the convert hero unit to hero DB is just our basic call. Man, what am I missing here? Set common, set hero. We're not running this one up here right now. I'm just looking for differences on what I'm missing. I'm a little confused at this point. Set hero ID. I mean, the values are slightly different between the two because there's different data in both of these database tables, but the main thing is, are we setting the current HP? And it sure does look like we are. Now, wait a minute. Let's look and make sure we're pulling this from the right spot. We are. Hero.getCommon.getCurrent HP. This is confusing me. It's probably something easy I'm missing, but everything so far looks good, and this is the point where it saves. So once we get this far, it should be saved. Once it runs this update on either one of these, well, let's just keep going. Maybe one of these, maybe this step is doing something funky. So party builder, add front row hero. Where's this party builder? What is this? Oh, that's the party object. And we're just adding characters to that list. The hero unit, which we've already updated. And we verified that that looks good. So we should be adding the proper heroes. And we add the events. That's not even tied to this, but that works. We set the party builder dot build, which finalizes that object. Set time elapse, set the updated combat object, and pass it to update combat DB. All right. Where's update combat DB? Up here. Updating combat. Convert combat. So this is just saving just this one object. So this isn't the issue either. I don't see the issue. Let me clean up some of the debugs here, and then we're going to try to run this in debug mode and look at some of the values. Maybe that'll give us more info where it helps us figure this out. I want to turn off this debug. So combat event created, that's the event code that we made. That should be in combat service maybe. Combat event created. Let's just change that one to debug. That way it's still there and we can use it in the future. Let's turn off the one that says starting combat loop as well. We don't need that one anymore. Not in the info anyways. I do want to keep the ones that say subscribe to combat and resuming combat and then initializing combat. I want those all to stay on. Okay. Let's stop the server. And we want to put a debug breakpoint on a few different spots here. So let's do one, maybe not here. Let's do it on I want to do it when a hero takes damage, because the other way works, which still doesn't make sense. Everything looks the same. So here's the take damage on a hero. So let's just put this common builder, set current HP. Yeah, we'll just do this down here. Okay. And then I also want to get on the update stuff here. Let's see, where was I at? Down further. Maybe after the combat loop has run through the attack phase. So maybe right here is another good spot. That way I can see all the objects before it does the update method. If it shows the combat units show less hit points on a hero that was attacked, then we know anything above here is fine. It's doing what it's supposed to. And then let's see, is there any other spots we should stop this? Maybe after it runs through this loop of updating, we should pause it, and then we don't really have to do anything in the breakpoint, but we can go look at the database. So after this happens, we can look at the database and see if it's changed, and maybe something else is making it go back to full, you know? I've had that happen in the past where I'm thinking, why isn't it going down? Well, it is, but then it's doing another update somewhere else and resetting it again. So let's just put a breakpoint after that's finished, which this spot right here should be good. And when it gets here, we'll just double check the database and see if it's updated or not in the database. I think that should be good. So we're going to put this in debug mode for the server. So let's let that start back up. And let's make sure, let's just restart combat in the database. We'll update that field in the combat table to 0 so that that doesn't play a part in anything. That'll reset everybody to full life at the very beginning of combat. I don't know if that'll trigger. I don't think that should trigger. Well, I don't know. Actually, we're going to be triggering a lot of these even on loops that don't have attacks, aren't we? That's disappointing. Maybe I shouldn't have reset it, because now we're going to have to loop through like 10, 20 times of pushing play before an attack actually happens. Let's turn off a couple. Now that I'm thinking through this, let's turn off a couple of these other breakpoints for now. How do I do that? Let's see. View breakpoints. I want to turn off. Well, it doesn't look like all of them. 2 breakpoints is all it's seeing. That's weird. I don't want anything in the enemy stopping it. Or the monster. Oh, I'm on am I in the wrong IDE? What the heck happened? Did my server crash when I started it in debug mode? I think it did. Darn it, we ran into this the other day too. Why is it doing this again? Oh, darn it. I'm going to try this one more time. First, I'm going to turn off some of these. We're just going to stop it right here. No, not right there. We're going to stop it when they attack. When a hero gets attacked, that's the loop that I want to see. And then I might just have to step through the code. So right here, where a hero takes damage, that's the only spot I want it to stop. Where's the other spot that I had saved? Or stop. I had another breakpoint, I thought. I don't see it over here. Or it wasn't in this one, it was in combat service. Okay, get rid of that. Now we're down to just the one, although it said there was some No, that was on the Unity side. Never mind. We're good. Let's try to run this one more time. It's probably going to crash if it just crashed. I don't know. Oh, it aggravates me when my debugger doesn't work. I'm going to watch it this time. Yep, it just crashed out. It didn't even look like it had tried to start yet. Gosh darn it. All right. I'm not debugging. I'm not going to try to figure out the debugger. I'm not going to debug the debugger. I don't have time for that. We're just going to have to go about this in a different way. That's just really aggravating, though. I know it was working the other day, like maybe two. We probably even used it last time. I don't know what would cause it to not run and just break the program like that. I don't even really have that much going on in this project yet. There's not a whole lot of dependencies. There's not a whole lot of code. Look, it didn't even save any of these changes, which I guess makes sense because then it crashed out. It didn't save them. All right, so let's put some log statements in then. So let's just log when a hero gets attacked. For now, let's start with that. So common builder.set HP, and then we'll put log.info. Let's put their name in here. So let's put common builder dot get name. It's running slow again. Something that when it crashes like that, it seems to slow some stuff down. Let me make sure I don't have anything funky running in my task manager real quick. I don't want it running this slow. This is a little crazy. I mean, nothing looks out of whack resource usage wise. %27% of my CPU is used. It says 60% of my GPU, but a lot of that's probably tied to my streaming connection. 30 gigs of memory is used, which is kind of insane, but I have 64 gigs, so I guess it's good that it's using it. What the heck is using that much memory? 7 gigs in Unity for the combat scene, which is still running. I mean, that shouldn't, I don't think that's the issue though. Okay, I guess that's all fine. So let's put that debug in here. We'll say common builder.getName was hit for where's it at? Damage? Damage. Current HP is common builder dot get current HP. It's going to want me to change that to parameterized values, I'm sure. Go ahead, clean it up. Okay, let's start with that and make sure that their HP value here has went down. I don't know how it couldn't have, because I'm looking at this and it absolutely looks like it's setting it. After it's changed it, it changes it here. It gets the value here. It sets the value minus equal to the damage value. I mean, nothing here is craziness. It's not crazy logic. And then it sets it to that new value. So I think this part definitely should not be an issue, but so now let's try to start the server in normal mode and hopefully it doesn't crash my IDE. That would be very bad. Okay. Okay, that's running. So let's just run the server. As soon as we see any of the enemies attack, we can pause it, because that should have triggered an event that we're looking for in the server. So we can even watch their little bars. Whenever any of their bars gets close to full, that's when we know we gotta pause it. Since I can't do this through the debugger to pause it. Okay, they're all starting in the middle. There's only one guy alive. Oh, that's right. We reset combat on this one. All right. See, the wolf just attacked. So let's check the server. And we're looking for Bob was hit. Current HP is 15. That's correct. So we expected that to be, but just for grins, now we know that this common builder object has 15. So let's go ahead one layer deep. So when we, gosh darn it, when we build this object, let's make sure that that final built object has the HP we want. So let's just put another log here called hero data, or just call it hero object updated. Current HP is, and this will be updated hero dot get common dot get current HP. Okay. I still don't think this is going to be broken at this stage, but I'm not sure. This is a good step. If we get this far and it's still updated, then we know we've gotten past that builder portion in the combat loop. So we need to restart this again. Now on this one, this is going to fill our logs up, unfortunately. This is going to happen every 250 milliseconds times however many heroes we have in the party, which is 6 right now. So this is going to be a lot of logging, but we should still be able to look at the logs right after an attack happens and see somebody with less HP. Okay. Do I have to restart this, or will it just work like this, I wonder? I'm tempted to just push play in my game scene. I think it might work. I mean, we're going to try it. All right. This large rat just attacked. It attacked Bob for 1 damage according to the combat events. So if we go to the server and just kind of scroll up and look for Bob. Oh, here's one that says Chris was hit. There it is. Bob was hit. So maybe there was 2 attacks and I just missed one. So it says his HP is 15 there. Oh, I should have said which object was updated because now I don't know which one. But look, none of them have an HPF 15 here. So it is already broken. One of these should read 15 and probably another one should read lower too because this says Chris and his HP is 29. So this must be Chris since there's only one guy with that much HP. Okay. Okay. We're getting somewhere here. We can see that we've lost the data at this point is what's happened. The update did not work. Something did not work. It said it in the common builder. But then by the time it gets here, we've lost reference to it maybe? See how we have this? I've had issues with this, and I bet this is it. So sometimes this common builder is null, and if it's null, we're creating it off of the original data from the combat, the previous like loop combat. If that's happening, during this portion, I mean, I think that could be the issue. But why is this, if this is the issue, then how do I fix it? Because I don't know how we're losing reference to this object. It should be staying valid through the whole loop. If I turn this off, we'll get a null pointer error in the server. But let's just see if this null pointer error happens at the same time an attack happens. Because I think it works a lot of the time, but something's triggering it to not work. And let's do that as a next test. I don't understand how we're losing reference to this object that we've created. This in the initialization script, we tell it to initialize that to the values, and then it should be updating it through the whole combat loop, and that's what we do. We update this with the current HP when they get hit. But then what's happening, I bet, is when it gets to that update the object script, it says, oh, it's gone, so I need to create it again. Well, once it creates it again, we just lost any updates we did to it during the combat loop. Let's see what happens when I click play. Now, oh, it's broken. It's already broken. That was fast broken. Okay, so see, there's the issue I was running into before. We're getting the null pointer on the common. Oh, that's the hero unit line 112. Right there. This is the why would it work for the monster and not for the hero? This doesn't make sense at all. Just the hero unit and then the monster unit. So there's not really anything there. And then in the unit itself, there's a common, kind of either hero or monster. I don't know why that would make a difference. I'm just trying to think through. They're all returning just a unit object. All of these calls now, I've changed them where they just return the unit. do you guys think? What am I missing here? You guys see anything? This is the core of this whole issue, I think. Now, as we've determined what causes this. So these builders are tied to the gRPC proto objects, and that's why I was just looking at the proto file. And those are immutable objects once they're built. So once you run this build statement on an object, you can't update this object anymore. But what you can do is you can create a builder, which is what these settings kind of do. Or actually, let's go to the init. Where is the init at? Is it up on top where it should be? No, it's down on the bottom somewhere. I don't even see it. There it is. So mainly what it does is it creates it in a mutable form. It has to be a builder at that point. These are builders. See how it says unit.builder? That's the object type. When it's in the builder form, now you can update it. So that's what we do down here when the round initializes. Let's just double check this is the same between both of these two. Maybe we're not initializing them the same. Oh. We have a round init and a combat init. These are like cut and paste between the two, so there's no differences. Unit builder, common builder, hero builder, if any of them are null. That's... Should it be when any of them are null, or should it happen every round no matter what? Why do I do that? If it's a round init, shouldn't I be doing this no matter what? I guess is my question. Each round, shouldn't we be updating these? I can't remember if I'm storing this object through the entire combat or if I'm creating it new every round. Maybe I'm not creating it new every round and that could be the issue. Let's see where round init runs over here. Let's look for it because this is going to take forever looking through it that way. All right, so it's in the combat loop itself. We run round init and we loop through the combat units. And this just combines the two together here, but I don't think it creates new. Let's just double check that. It's right up here. Oh, we do create news. So we're creating it new every round anyways. So it's gonna be null no matter what. That has to be running every round. The code here. This is all null at this point. It has to be. I don't even think we need this code. If any of those are null. I probably just put that in because I was getting annoyed by the null pointers on this crap and thinking, well, this will make sure it's not null. Well, that's not really fixing the issue though. So I'm going to take that out. I don't think it's necessary. You're going to want to set these no matter what from the hero object. So the hero object, where does that get passed in? Because we're grabbing it from this hero object. So let's double check. Up here in the get combat unit list. That's where it's happening. No. New unit. It's in the constructor? What? Wait a minute. Oh, it is in the constructor. Hero equals hero. I'm guessing the monster's working the same way. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Okay. That's fine then. We're setting the value before it gets... So yeah, we definitely don't need the, we don't need this on either one of these. So let's get rid of it on the monster side as well. No matter what, these are null. So I don't know why I was checking for null. We just have to set them. This is the beginning of the round. They should get set no matter what at the beginning of the round. Combat init is not running unless we refresh the combat. And do we need to do... Oh yeah. Because we run one or the other. So we do still need to set these in here. But where there's two additional things we need to set if we initialize combat. That's where it's setting them to their base HP. So on combat init, we are changing the HP to the base HP. So this is a way that it could have been changing, but I mean, is combat init running somewhere we're not expecting? I don't think so. I think it's still the issue that we discovered where this object's nulling out before it gets to the updates. These builders are nulling out. Something's nulling them out. We create a new monster here. This is at the beginning of the combat loop, right? Get combat unit list is in the beginning of the combat loop, right here. And then that's just timing. Then we loop through that new list that we created. We're going to loop through it. We're going to run the round init. So that's where it's initializing all those builders. Combat unit dot update time elapsed. Let's double check that. See, this stuff's working too. So some of the stuff is working. And some of it's not. I mean, as far as the database updating, it was updating the time elapsed, no problem. You can see here where it sets the time. Common builder dot set. And this, at this point, it doesn't cause the null pointer. The null pointer is caused in the build updated unit call. So let's go back over here and see where that's at. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. So this is where it triggers attacks. That part doesn't break the system. That's just us creating the combat event. And then down here is where we build the updated unit. Right here. So at this point, we've lost that thing. Why, I don't know. Because we're looping. Here's the combat units coming in. Here's them coming out from that last method call. Choose target. At no point in between these 2 points do we do anything with this object, right? Combat units. These are all just new builders. These aren't tied to that combat units. We're starting a loop through the combat units and we click build updated unit. So it made it through all that code above. As far as like time elapsed and if it took damage. Resuming combat. Oh, this is in the resume combat method. We haven't actually made it to the combat loop yet. At least in this call here. Now, I think I have in the past when I was debugging this issue, but I guess that's one thing to call out. Let's see what this does. Combat units equals get combat unit list. So this is just the initialization. So this, at this point, the resume combat might break. Because I don't see where we've ran the init on, or maybe we run it in here. Let's double check. We haven't ran resume combat before we try to update combat. This might be part of the issue. I don't know if it's the full issue, but we're trying to resume combat. We grab the combat units, but we don't define these objects. So if it's in the resume combat, yeah, by the time it gets down here, it needs to already have references to that. And nothing in this code is causing this to happen. So we might have to do a loop now that we have the units after this call. Since this is a resume combat loop, let's try this. I don't know if this is the issue, but so it's going to be a unit. Do we have to do... it says combat unit. Combat unit, combat units. And we want to do combat unit dot round init. Now where's that being? That has to be run somewhere else as well, right? No. It's ran in the... I don't know, let's look. It's in the combat loop. Which is fine. I think we want it here. This is just like a one-time thing we have to do up here on the other one. When you resume combat, we still need reference to this before it gets to this next step of updating. We had to do the update call because of what? We set running to true. Am I doing stuff I don't need to be doing here? Because it sure does look like the only values I've changed at this point. So when you click resume combat, that means you don't have any like updates yet for any combat. There's no loop happening. We haven't done a combat loop. We're just getting the data from the database. So we've already got the combat object from the database with all the updated people. Like what's in the database at that before the combat starts, I guess is what I'm saying. Did I create this just because I didn't want to create a method to update set running? Because that sure does look like the only change here. Right? We set running to true. We made no changes to the combat units. But we created the combat units so we can use our update combat functionality. I really do think that's all I did. Maybe I needed to set the time too, but that's just for the update, right? The only change, let's just double check where this is ran from, where resume combat is called, but I think I need to change this to not even have a reference to the heroes yet. It seems like. So where are we at here? We are at, this is where the thread's being generated. And it's mainly just doing a quick check on those combat objects we created to see, has combat started and is it running? If it's not running, then we do the resume combat. That means this is the first run through our loop. So at this point, we have no updates for anybody. So I don't like the way I did this. I don't know why I decided I needed to do it this way. Once we update this to true, does anything here cause the combat loop to run? Like after this initial run, I guess the combat loop runs. Let's double check that. Resume combat. And we're resaving that value to the combat variable in this same loop. So we've updated, really all we've done is updated to is running equals true at this point. That's all we did here. Even though we did this whole additional section, really I feel like this should just say update is running. That's really all we did, at least so far. I mean, maybe I did this because I thought down the road there's going to be more stuff we have to update probably. But just to kind of write this in a cleaner format, this could say combat equals update is running to true. That's all we did. And then we go into the combat loop. But we're not passing anything, any updates anyways, to that original combat object for the heroes. So we shouldn't have to update the heroes. All we have to update is the is running in the combat object. So we generate the combat object, then we reassign it right here. So at this point, it's reassigned to this updated object that we created. Maybe that was the issue, because you can't change an immutable object, and that's what this is. So I wouldn't have been able to change it here. But I don't really need it to change here. At this point, we've already run the code we wanted it to. We've already updated the database. Nowhere further in my loop is it going to ask if it's in the first round. I'm just thinking out loud, guys. I know this probably doesn't make sense. It's not making sense to me either, but perform combat loop. At that point, do I need to see? I'm looking to see, do I need to see that update on the combat object itself? The is running equals true anywhere down here, and I don't think I do. At this point, we're already in the combat loop. We don't care. Although it's not going to transfer to the bottom, is it? The is running won't be down here when it updates is running. Where's update update combat? I guess it should always read is true though. We shouldn't even have to look for it. We know if we ran through a loop of combat is running equals true. So we don't need to grab that from the combat object. What are we setting down here? I'm sure we're setting it somewhere here. No, we're not even setting it down here. Let's just set it. Combat builder dot set running true. If it's in the loop, it's running. So we'll just set it to true if it's in the loop. And won't that save this huge issue up here where we're trying to do all this other crap in this resume combat function? And I don't know why I did it that way. It doesn't seem very clean. So right here, the resume combat. Now, we don't need to do this. This goes away. We're not doing anything with the combat units in this thing. We don't need to do this. We're not doing a builder. We're not updating combat. We're doing none of this. This goes away. We're not even updating the combat object. This becomes a void call. At least for now. Maybe in the future we'll have to figure this out better, but we don't need anything. We don't need that. We don't need that. Well, we do need the set running. No, we don't even need that. We just need to create another method to update is running to true in the database. That's all we're trying to do here. I don't even know if we have to do that. It'll update on its own when we get past this initial loop. I don't think we have to do anything here. The more I'm thinking about this, no matter what, it's going to hit this because of our... When it first loops through, right here, it's going to say... The database got the updated is running when it hit the combat loop in the previous thing. And then when it stops, our code when it stops tells it to change it to false. Okay, so it's set as false. That's what triggers this section to run. Don't need this, go away. I don't even need to run this. And I hope I'm not thinking wrong here, but I don't think we have to do anything after making that update where it says is running in the combat loop. And it sets it to false when it stops. So that's, it makes it true when it's running, and it makes it false when we stop the stream. So we don't have to make any updates here. It can happen at the end of the combat loop. Like we were trying to do it before the combat loop even ran, but we're not looking at that logic anywhere in combat, I don't think. Ooh, I didn't really do like a backup copy. I just deleted all that crap, so hopefully I didn't break anything, but we're gonna try this and see if this goes away, and I think it will. Right? I don't know if I made all the updates I had to, but we're gonna try it. It should still, I don't want to restart combat. I'm going to leave it where it's at. And it should say resuming combat. And then I don't know what it'll say after that, but it shouldn't break. I don't think. Okay. So if I click play, I don't know if this one, I'm gonna restart the Unity server. It's kind of out of whack right now. Okay, we can see some of them have different values, which is what we want. So when we push play, does it immediately break? It does not. And they're attacking. Oh, it did just break. Okay, let's see what the server said. I didn't even look if the HP changed on anybody. Doesn't look like it. Okay. But we didn't break it. The resuming combat worked like I said. It resumed, and it ran for a while here. And the HP values never change. So something is going on there. And then when the very first enemy attacked, I think is what just happened. Yeah, see this wolf is at full. That means it just triggered the attack, and as soon as it triggered the attack, that's what broke the server. I think is what happened. Let's see, we should have... Did we get any debugs? No. But it might not have got that far as the actual attack happening. So I think that might be where we broke. And then this happens because when the server stops, it sets it to false. That's right. This happened after the error, of course. Alright, so the hero object was updated. So this is past the... Well, I don't know. I turned off that one debug and I probably shouldn't have. I don't know where the combat loop started the way I have this right now. But I'm pretty sure this happened... Get common builder is null. Again. It's null again. This time it was on the monster, though? Huh. Not throwing that up there. I mean, it's not on the screen anyways, but I just noticed that. So at this point, this is null. And the choose target. Oh. It's not, it's the hero unit. That's null, though. See, the monster units never know. Why is this one? I'm so confused how the monsters are working and the heroes are not. There's gotta be some logical explanation that I'm missing on why. Unit type, hero unit. Yeah, this is actually hero unit. I shouldn't have changed that. I misread where I was at. I was inside a loop. Anything inside this loop is a hero unit. See, I was trying to debug this last time. That's what this is. This is where it's erroring out. When it's choosing a target, it lost... Alright. When it's choosing a target, it loses reference to that common builder, at least before that happens. That's down here in the loop. It is right here. choose target. It's creating a new list. But the combat units aren't getting updated. We're just passing that in. Like, it'd be different if we were like creating new units at the end of this, but we're not creating a new unit. This is where it initializes those builders. And then it runs the update, which just updates the time elapsed stuff. And if it needs to trigger an attack, which updates this flag, when that happens, the units choose targets. And the heroes, for some reason, when they choose a target, works just fine. But when the monsters choose a target, it's not working. And it says it's because this common builder on the hero unit is null. Oh man, I wish I could figure this out. This is where it actually creates the combat units list. And it does new them in here, which is what we're wanting to happen. Not null here, or it would have errored out here. The common builder is not null. So this ran before the choose target method. It runs up here. Well, this, at least this ran for the monster, I should say. We don't know that it ran for the hero yet, because it's looping. Oh, that might be the issue. We have to loop. I bet we have to loop through and initialize everybody first. And then when we run this loop, let's do that. I think that might help. It might fix it too. We need a secondary, we need a loop before the loop to initialize all those values because they're not necessarily ready to go yet. Because this is running for each unit one at a time, but the units that affecting need those values available. So if we run through an init, let's make some need to initialize the builders for all units before the main combat loop. That's what I'm thinking anyways in my and then so when a monster attacks, if the hero hasn't initialized yet, if they haven't taken their turn yet, they wouldn't have had those builders ready and that would have been null. That makes sense now. And this can just read run through each unit's combat loop. Just to kind of call out what's happening here. All right, let's try this again. Maybe we'll get lucky and that was the entire issue. I doubt it. I doubt everything right now. Nothing seems to be going the way I want so far today. I still have a really long list of action items to get done today. All right, the server's running. Let's stop this and start this. And if we get really lucky, the heroes will start taking damage and nothing will break. But that's kind of where we're at, is trying to figure out why the heroes weren't taking damage. And that led us down this issue where we can see there's some null pointer issues. So I removed the null pointer code that was reassigning it, because if we reassign it, it still breaks the code. We just don't know that it's happening. So I removed that so we could see the null pointers again. All right, everybody's here. Everybody's at different spots. It looks like the wolf's getting ready to attack any second. So let's just push play and it should trigger an attack. All right, we're going to pause it. We did not throw an error, which is really good. And Bob took damage. How about that? Let's double check the server, but it's looking good. I can see in the UI that there's a sliver of his green off. I'm guessing this is Bob anyways. You got a sliver of damage now. All right. Always feels good when you finally figure out those issues, doesn't it? We can see the hero object updated. And one of them is now 15 instead of 16. Awesome. That is very awesome. And all that ended up being was this funky initialization thing I didn't do right. Out of all that troubleshooting, this is technically what broke it. I was not initializing. Well, this combined with the code I had in there that said if it's null, just grab the original value, which was a really dumb idea because I know it shouldn't happen. And if it grabs the original value, then you're causing other issues to happen and you're just hiding them. So good on me to realize that and take that code out. You should not just initialize it to the original value because you're just asking for trouble then when you try to solve these kind of problems. You'd rather throw the exception so you can see when it doesn't work. In this case, even if it breaks the code, you want to see it. So we learned that we had to initialize all those first because what was happening was the way the units were getting loaded into this combat unit list, the monsters always went first because they were loaded first into this object. And that's why one side was working and the other wasn't either. That makes sense now. See, the monster units went first all the time in the loop. So they were always loaded by the time the hero got to this choose target routine. But since the hero wasn't loaded when the monster tried to choose it, it tried to find those get common and it couldn't find it. So 100% that makes sense now. It was just really hard to troubleshoot. All right. Awesome. So did I have a line item for that? Because I'd love to take that out. I'd love to get a line item marked off. Let's see. We do. Enemies don't appear to be attacking. Cross that one off. We fixed it. Add targeted units in an attack need to show their hit animation. And I think we kind of did that all the way. I haven't done it for both sides yet, I guess. So let's watch for the heroes to make little hit animations. They're not very visible, but let's just kind of watch and see. Yeah, see how he just they kind of jerk back is all it's doing when they get hit. But so that's working for the hero side. Add targeted units in an attack. Need to show their hit animation. Add pause text box, top middle to help call out being paused. Well, that's an easy line item. Let's fix that. I'm going to start going for the low-hanging fruit first so I can mark some more line items off. So when we push pause, I also want a text box up here to turn on and show paused, like in big letters, so that when the person's playing, they know when the game's paused. And we also need to make these guys stop animating. There's probably an easy way to do that as well. But let's just put the pause thing up there for now. That'll be easy. Let's stop this from running. And then let's go to the action panel is where the button's at. So I think we should create the reference to this new field on the action panel controller script. But we'll create a new UI element, just a text object, or text mesh pro. We'll call this paused text. Text, not test. Right. And let's see here. Just want to put paused. And let's move it up a little bit. I want it to stay in the middle. Let's see, is there a center option? Center, 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 center. And let's make it, let's change the size here. Like that. Center it. And then tell it to auto size. Let's make the max size even bigger. Let's make it 96. That looks better. We could even add, I think I've done like a shadow. Shadows kind of look nice in Unity. Let's see if I can remember how to do that. Shadow. I don't know. They changed this a little bit. This doesn't look like what I remember. It's not working either. So maybe this isn't the right way to do it. Yeah, I definitely don't see any shadow, do you? Yeah, that's not a big deal. Let's not mess with that right now. Okay, so we have the new paused. Let's make it bold. Bold. Paused. That should pop up. Is white okay, or should I use a different color? I want it to be, I want it to pop out. I think white's fine. We're just going to leave it as white for now. This is kind of annoying me too. I think this is because my two panels are overlapping. This little white line down the middle. Let's fix that real quick too, because that's just annoying me. The party panel. First of all, the panels themselves shouldn't have any color. That was an issue I started with here. I want these to be translucent. So let's fix that, and that will actually fix that overlap thing too, I bet. No, it didn't. Yeah, it did. All right, that looks better. The bottom panel, maybe we will have a little bit of color. Let's make it slightly smaller. And let's make the, oh, I don't have the play button set right. See how it's not staying in the box? I bet that's just an anchoring issue. Let's make it like there. And let's take the play button and just move it down. And then on the anchoring, let's anchor it to this one maybe. Let's just test that theory. Let's try to move the, yeah, see how it stays in the box now? That's better. That's better. Okay. That looks slightly, possibly better. Okay. Not really, but we clean that up. We have a pause button now. We need to take this pause text, not a pause button. We need to add this to a new element. So let's go into, let's see here, the action panel controller. We need to make a new reference to, and it'll just be a game object. Even though it's text, really all we're going to do is turn the text on or off. So game object, it doesn't have to be public though. Serialize field, private, game object, pause text. Okay. Now, after this recompiles, it should show up over here. And we'll drop the reference to that text object, the pause text object in there. And then we just need to change it in our, we have those methods that get called when that button's clicked. So we just need to make it enable or disable this game object. Just like we do with the, I think we do that with the button somewhere. So grab that and drop that in there. Now in the code, we have the play pause button click. So if we are playing when we click it, then that pauses it. This is where it's getting paused. It even says stop the stream. But we also want to make the pause text dot set active true. And we also need to set this active in the on init. Let's see, is that what that is there? Play pause button, set active true on combat init. We also need to do it here. Pause text needs to be true. And then in the other spot, we need to just make it false. When it is playing, we don't want this to show up. Whoops. Okay, false, true. Let's go back. I'll have to go to the bathroom in a minute, but let's run this and just see if the pause works as expected. Let's save this since we did make some changes to the editor. I've learned my lessons too many times where you push play and you've done something that causes Unity itself to completely lock up. And then when you exit out, it doesn't have those save changes. So I've learned to push save almost every time before I push that play button. Okay, so pause should stay up here when it first initializes. But then once we push play, it should go away. Let's see. Yes. And then pause and it comes back. All right, that looks a little better. And see, now all of our guys have green bars because these ones on the bottom aren't getting cut off. All right. That's another little line item off on our list here. All right, I'm going to take a 10 to 15 minute break to go to the bathroom, let the dog out because she's sitting by the door, and I will be back. And let me change my time that it says I'm coming back because it's lying. Let's see. I'm going to be back around, we'll just say 3:45. I might be back before that, but it'll be pretty close to 3:45. My camera is way zoomed in. See if I can fix that real quick. I don't know why it does that every time. All right. Let's see. What do we have left on our action items? We have add sprite sheets for the monsters with basic animations. Add a die event. Add a targeted units. Wait, add targeted units in an attack. Need to show their hit animation. Okay, that's right. We already have that for the hero side working. Add logic to end combat gracefully. What would it take to add logic to end combat gracefully? So let's look at the combat logic, figure out what we could do there. And we're probably going to need a flag for combat. I think we already have one actually. Let's look. Yeah, we have a completed flag. So we want to turn this completed flag to true when combat is over. And then do we need the combat also to say if the hero or the monsters won, or do we just completed? We'll figure that out as we get closer. I'm not sure if we need that or not. Like a way to know who won. Did the player win or did the monsters win? We might need that because we're not going to have all this additional data at the end probably. Although we could. So we'll see. Let's see what we got. So once there's a couple issues here too, and there's another issue I'm going to mark down. I don't know if we'll get to it today, but I just thought of it too as I'm thinking through this process. So right now, I don't have anything making sure that dead monsters aren't attacking, or heroes for that matter. No matter what, when it's their turn, they increment their time elapsed, and they attack when it gets full. So we need to do that. We need to either create a flag or just do some logic that makes sure their hit points aren't zero. If their hit points are zero, then they should not be incrementing anything. So let's put that down as a note. Make sure units quit attacking once they are dead. And it might be smarter just to make a... I think it's smarter to make a method in the combat unit in the interface here and call it is incapacitated, because besides being dead, what if we create a paralyzed spell? We want the same type of effect to happen where they quit doing other things. So let's do that. Let's say Boolean is incapacitated. And then let's also make one for is dead. All right. Slowly growing the different functionality in here for the units. So let's tell it to implement these two new methods. And so what do we do here? How will we know if it's incapacitated? Well, right now the only way would be if they're dead. So eventually this code will be updated based on if there's an effect that causes this. But right now we're just going to say if common builder, what did I call it? Common builder dot get current HP is less than or equal to 0. It should never be able to go below 0. Let's just put equal to 0. My take damage routine should manage if it goes below 0 and set it to 0. Let's double check that while we're looking. Take damage, take damage, take damage. If it's less than 0, set it to 0. So we're good there. It should equal 0 when they're incapacitated. And this will say if it's that, then return true. Else return false. That's all we need so far because we don't have any other functionality for that. And then for now, we're going to copy this code, and this will be the exact same code that's in the isDead function. And we're going to, or we already have it copied, but we're going to go to the monster service and paste these objects in as well there. Okay. Eventually, I'm going to refactor this and make it an abstract class. So a lot of these that are the exact same code across the unit are the hero and the monster. We compile those into the main class, the unit class. So, all right. So that gives us some new capabilities now. Now we can do some checks. So let's go to... Let's kind of just look at the combat loop for a second and determine when this makes sense for both of these to show up. So for this part, we need to say if the combat unit is ready, I still want this. So in the scenario where both units, let's say a hero and a monster, are both attacking in the same round, okay? I want both of those attacks to go off no matter what, even if one of them dies during that round. Because what if one gets to go before the other in this logic and one of them gets killed? The other one wouldn't end up getting to go, and I don't want that. So I actually don't want to change the logic down here. Now the target logic might need to change. If someone's already got 0 HP, I don't want to attack them again. But as far as the is combat unit is ready and that part triggering an attack, I do still want that to happen. So where do I tell it not? I guess it's the time elapsed, the update. Yeah, it's the update. So if they're incapacitated, that's what we should put in this logic here. Then they shouldn't update. But let's check the update code, because some of it might need to run so we don't break the system. But let's just look and see what the update is doing. So right now it's just increasing the time elapsed for their action timer is really what it's doing. So it's making their action bar increase is what we have in the update. And we might even want to rename this so that it calls that out very specifically. Say update action time. Whereas right now it kind of sounds like an update method that could be tied to anything that's updating the hero. So let's do that real quick. We're going to change this to call update action time. Update action time. Okay. And that should have updated these guys. Yep, it did. Okay. And since that's just updating their action time, I think it makes sense to not allow this to happen. Well, now let me think though. This is still going to break. Yeah, because this would still break my scenario where both of them. If one gets to attack first, then when the second one comes along, if it's now incapacitated, this won't increment, which won't allow it to attack. So that's still not going to fix that issue I just mentioned. Let me get my chat boxes back up here just in case. We still want this to happen. If it got... Huh. I almost need to see the previous loop's value for this. Like in the incapacitated, does it make sense to look at the old value? Because I want to see what was what was sent before the combat round started. So really, instead of looking at the one we're generating, we can just look at... So see, this is the one that's been updated. We don't necessarily want to see this. We want to see... What was it before this combat round? Before anything happened. So really what we can do here is just say hero dot get common dot get current HP. This will be what it was before this round started. So if it wasn't equal to 0 before this round started, then this hero's still going to get to go. And we're going to have to change this on all of them. I think this will work. We got to do it on the monsters. Monsters. So this will be monster. Oh, that stupid surround thing that pops up. I just want to turn that off. Monster dot get common. Monster dot get common. Okay. Now this will make more sense. Now I can still do what I just said. This will mainly check if they were incapacitated before this round. This round, if they're not incapacitated until this round, then I still want them to go. So logically, this works. So we're going to say if combat unit dot is incapacitated, is not incapacitated, I should say. Whoops, I put that in the wrong spot. Is not incapacitated, then update their action time. All right. That should fix this issue of monsters and heroes attacking even when they're dead. And it will fix that issue because their action time will not increment. It'll just stop. So they'll never trigger another action which triggers an attack. We can go ahead and test this. So we should see, we might have to change the UI side too. I can't remember how that works on that side's logic. So we might have to read this as well in the logic for the action bar updates. It might need to also say, and is this incapacitated? Or something like that. Because we'll have the data. Well, no, we won't have we'll have the hit points. We won't have the yeah. Yep. We can still do it over there. It'll be slightly different. All right, so the server's restarted with the updates. Let's see where we're at here. I think we need to reset since we still haven't fixed this. We're going to reset combat so everybody has full HP. So initially everyone should be attacking and everybody should have moving action bars. But as units start dying, their action bars should stop and they should stop attacking. Okay, let's push play and see what happens. We're getting close here. This is almost like the full combat loop. Now, it's not built out with anything fun yet. We can't even manipulate combat. It's just like an auto battler, but we're at least figuring out the entire loop here and making sure there's no issues with it. All right, still loading. There it goes. It's kind of yucky how it loads in like that, but I'm definitely not worried about visuals at this point, so we're going to be okay with that. I also don't like how it loads in the previous, like I told it to reset and it didn't reset yet until I push play, then it'll reset, which I'm not going to worry about fixing only because this isn't how the actual, once the game is completely set up, it's going to automatically load the, there'll never be a way to reset combat like I'm wanting to do, so I'm fine with what it's doing. Once we push play, this should reset and everybody will have full HP. And their action bar should reset as well, if I did that right. I don't know if I did the action bars right, though. I think all I was resetting was their HP. Oh no, they did. I think. Okay, so they're attacking. As we see HP go down, they should quit attacking, which it's hard to tell. I mean, I think I do have to change the logic on the action bars, but I think it's actually working because notice how these quit moving now. And there it just broke the code because we killed everything, but none of the heroes ended up dying. I think I made them too strong for the enemies. So I might need to change that to test that side as well. Plus I want to test the, we want to set up a die event once we, that was another one of my line items today. So let's buff the enemies and maybe try to fix the positioning if we can figure out what we did there. So if we look at encounters, we got monster ID 9, 10, and 11 in the front and 12 in the back. And then if we look at monsters over here, we have 9 is the ID for the fairy. I want the fairy in the back. It's kind of weird though, because it looks like it's in the back. It doesn't get attacked. Oh, that's what it is. It is in the back row because we have battle row back. But over here I have another. So really, I'm just going to make a note. We're not going to do this today, but I need to clean up. We only need this in one or the other. We shouldn't be saving this in 2 spots because that just gives us a chance like we have right now where it messes something up. We should only have to save this data in one spot. So update, refactor, code, and database to remove duplicated row in the encounter. And what was the other table it was in? Monster? Yeah, monster also has it. And monster tables. Do we have that same issue with hero? I bet we do. Let's look at hero. I know we have row and hero for sure because I remember that's a common that's part of the common unit. But then let's look at party for the heroes. Yeah, see, we have the same issue there. So I'm not going to do that right now today, but that can become an issue in the future. Party and hero tables. I think I made that note good enough that I'll understand it after I sleep 1 or 2 times. Okay, so the way to fix this right now, though, is monster ID 9 is in the back. Monster ID 12 is in the front. Let's apply that and make sure it matches up now. So 9 is in the back, 10, 11, 12 is in the front. And let's double check it over here in the data for the monsters. 9 is in the back, 10, 11, 12 is in the front. So that should fix that issue that we were seeing, and that's just a data issue. And then we want to trigger, we want to set this die up. Let's see, where was that at? So we have this die command, and we do have a animation for the characters, so we can kind of test that. And so how do we trigger that? That's going to be an event, isn't it? We haven't triggered, or do we trigger it down here? We'll know if the current HP hits 0. Let's do that. I don't even know if we need an event for die. If they hit 0, they're dead, right? So let's say if hero info dot common dot current HP equals 0, then trigger die. Okay. And the die is already doing what we want visually. The server already knows the right information. We just want to trigger the animation on the front in the Unity client. So that's what this is doing. And then we don't have a lot of this built out on the enemy side yet because we haven't done that step. I think that step's going to take some time, and I don't know if we're going to get to it today, unfortunately. I'm trying to get everything else done, and if we have some time, we'll start working on the sprite sheets for the enemies. But some of these steps have just taken me a little bit longer, and that's okay. We're making progress. Okay, so we have a way for them to die, but they're not going to die if we don't make the enemies stronger. So let's come over here and boost. Let's just boost some numbers. So let's boost the HP so some of these enemies don't die so fast. Let's give this wolf 25 HP. Let's give this one 20. Let's give the rat 12 HP. And then the current HP will reset on its own, so I don't have to set that. And let's boost the, it uses the low and high damage and the defense stats are all getting used to determine stuff. So let's boost just some of these numbers. I think giving them more HP is already going to help a lot. Let's just make them all slightly stronger. This is like a balancing pass, right? To make sure that the combat is challenging. Let's try those numbers for now. We made everything a little bit stronger. They can do a little bit more damage now. And is that all we needed to do? The server is fine. We just need to reset the encounter to 0. That's right. I swear we're going to do that today. Not encounter, combat. I swear we're going to figure out how to end combat today. I'm not quitting until combat ends gracefully. All right. But right now we're going to test that the die is triggered and the animation works for the heroes. So we want to see at least one hero die. And we want to see that those heroes stop attacking. We do need to fix their action bar still. I don't think we did that yet. I should have done that too before this step, but we'll test the die first. So as soon as the hero runs out of HP, the die animation should happen. All right, push and play. And this guy just took a big chunk of life, so somebody hit him hard. Oh, his life just went back up though. So maybe he hadn't taken damage, and maybe I don't have these. I might not have the HP bars resetting when battle starts. There might not be anything initializing them to whatever the values should be when combat starts. I think we did that for the action bar, but we never went back and did it for the HP bar. We're still going to kill all these monsters and nobody's going to die. I didn't make them strong enough. Yep. The last monster is about to die now, and the closest hero is not even half dead. Okay. Alright, let's fix the HP issue real quick. The HP bar issue. We're going to reset this to 0, so the next time we play, everyone should have full life. Okay. But wherever we're updating the action bar when combat first starts in the UI, we need to do the same thing for the HP bar, because it's not, I just noticed it didn't reset itself. So that is where is that at? Well, right now, the HP bar is only getting updated through the hit function. It's not getting updated like in any of these init. Oh, no, here it is. Full. It is getting initialized. Well, why did it go up during combat? Unless my logic is funky and somehow we had negative damage, which made him heal. On combat init, HP fill bar is current HP divided by HP. Where's this run from? I think this runs from the class above it, this guy. Yeah, right here. Well, that's kind of weird, isn't it? Let's make the enemies a little tougher and we'll just test this again. They need more. They're not doing enough damage. Let's make them all do more damage. I think I gave the heroes more defense. And the way my logic works as far as doing damage, they're just not taking very much damage. All right. I don't know why I'm worried about like game balance at this point. I'm not really, but like I should just be making these numbers really high and this would for sure trigger. Let's try this again. I'm going to kind of watch the HP bars real close when combat starts and make sure they go to full. Make sure the action bars go to 0, because if we restart, those should also go to 0 on a new battle anyways. So I might push play and then push pause pretty quick just to make sure all the stuff looks about where it should. So let's push play and then pause. All right, look, these didn't reset. Is their HP really low at the beginning of battle and I don't have the reset? Is it not working for the heroes? Let's double check here. Hero, do they really have less HP than full? No, they're all at max HP. So, what the heck? My combat init script, is it not running? Oops, I'm in the wrong code base. On combat updated, on combat init. On combat init runs on combat updated, and then it runs this create party panel, which runs the place hero, and place hero runs on, well, that's not right. We don't want this to run every round, and place hero also runs, does it also run in the other section? Oh no, it doesn't. So we're okay. Place hero is only done on initialization. Okay. The update hero component just updates it. But this one says on combat init. And I thought we just verified that in the on combat init function, if I find it, base controller HP bar fill amount equals hero info current HP divided by all that other stuff. We're setting the hero above it, which would be important, but it is. It's getting set. Setting the base controller, that's what the HP bar is on. So that's got set. These other ones are all just related to where the sprite shows up on the screen. So none of these matter for... Place hero runs when... What was the logic again to cause this? Party equals combat party if is init. What calls do I have down here? Let's look. Nothing. So there's no attacks that somehow came really early and did damage. The database does not have these values. This is really not making sense. Let me stop it again. Let me double check the database. Like, where did it get those values? Because it's just using stored values. Right? The hero. HP. Did any of these have any damage showing up in here? Current HP and base HP are the exact same. They should all have full life. And then, so this is going to trigger. Let me restart the server to make sure I didn't not miss some kind of update over here, but I don't think I did. Combat says it started. Let's reset it. We might need to look at how we update the hit points on the server. Maybe that part's wrong. I don't think so though, because it's not stored that way in the database. It's all still full. So I think we're okay. Let's push play. I have to add a few extra debugs in here to see some of the flow of the updates to this object. I didn't think this would be a hard update. I thought this would take 10 seconds. What am I missing here, guys? Right now, they all show full. And my reset script isn't resetting their hit points. It's just resetting, or I mean, it's not resetting their action. It's just resetting their hit points. Right? Is that what happened here? See how they're all saving. And I think when I push play, those are all going to reset. So let me push play and then pause real quick. Oh, now look, now everybody shows. It did. See, now it's fixed. I'm going to let them take a little bit of damage. I just don't know that it's actually fixed. Let's see if a hero dies this time. Or if I need to make the monsters stronger, because they still look like they might be too weak. Those are some tough heroes. They're not taking any damage. What in the heck did I do to the heroes? Let's let it finish all the way out. It's not going to kill anybody. I would have thought for sure after those changes I just made we'd be good. Okay, everything died. And the closest hero was barely half dead. Let's look at the hero. Let's look at the hero stats for damage and... I mean, they're not... The defense is at 6 and 4. The hit point values are... Yeah, the closest one to die was... Well, I mean, I guess this guy only has 16 HP, so he was a little bit lower, but I mean, this guy's the one that took almost half damage, and that's it. Defense. Maybe I have defense. So since the defense is at 6, the way I'm doing the calculation, it subtracts whatever the damage number is. Like if the damage number is 7, or let's say the damage number is 8, it'll subtract 6 from that and it'll only do 2 damage. So that's not really a very good way to do it. But if everybody's defense is at 6, I need these monsters to be doing more than 6. Otherwise, they're only going to do 1 damage every time they swing. So let's just go crazy here and really jack these up so we can get somebody to die. We'll do 10 to 20 for him. We'll do 6 as the lowest he could do, up to 12. We'll make this one a little weaker. And this one can be a little weaker, but yeah, that's good. I think that's enough now. The monsters should be doing actual damage and not just 1 hit point at a time. At least in many cases. I have the timer set too high too. See here, 12,000. Let's move that down for him to 8,000. That guy's just not attacking very often, so this high damage guy that I want to kind of be doing some big chunks of damage, he's not even attacking. Alright. That looks... Let's make this guy 6,000. Let's make this rat. So let's lower the rat's damage back down to 8 at the max. But let's make him attack more often. Like 4,500. See, all of these numbers are higher. Those numbers, I think, are higher than the heroes. And I think that's what's hurting me. See how these are 8, 5, 6, 45? Now let's check the hero. Yeah, see, most of these are lower. I mean, some of them are still kind of high. I'm fine with these numbers, but I think lowering a couple of those are going to help. Okay, let's reset the combat again. Okay. I want to see somebody die. And I don't want to see any funkiness with the hit points or the action bar, darn it. What am I missing here? When this reloads, I guess the database hasn't been updated yet, and that's where it's gotten this initial data pull. So that's why this is out of whack. But like I said, keep in mind when I set the actual game up, this isn't going to happen this way. So I don't want to debug stuff too much when it's not going to be this way when the game's built out. Okay. They still showing HP down, which I bet this goes to full. See how it went back up instead of down? Something's still going on there that I'm misunderstanding on the HP stuff. Alright, kill somebody, darn it. I want you to kill my heroes. Ooh, he's so close. But there's only one guy left to kill him. Can he do it? Oh, now this guy's almost dead. We're getting there. There, one of them died. See how he fell over? But his action bar's still moving. But I didn't update that yet, so that's okay. We expected that. Alright, he got one dead before they were all killed. So at least we saw that that's working. And it stopped the, it didn't stop the action bar on the visuals, but I mean it stopped on the back end. Okay. Let's fix the visual side for the action timer. I keep saying I don't think it'll take long. Hopefully it doesn't. So let's go to where we're figuring out the action timer here. The update functionality. So right here, we're saying if time elapsed and the combat manager is running, and one more and, we just need to say if he has, for now, just if it has 0 HP. Eventually we might push something else into this. So that's under the hero info. So hero info dot common dot current HP not equal to 0 is running, and hero common current HP not equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, then stop the timer. And let's do that for the monster component. Not equal to 0. If it is equal to 0, then this stuff won't run. Okay. Let's test. Let's change the database to say started. I know started says 1. We want it to say 0. All right. Let's apply those changes. It's still compiling. It won't let me pop it up because it's making changes. All right. And play. Now as units die, their bar should stop where it was at and quit moving. On the visuals side here. It's always done that on the server side, but the visuals here haven't been updated. Okay, the HP still doesn't show up right until they get hit once, and then sometimes it just updates it, which is weird. Alright, looks like one of the wolves are gonna die first, so let's see if their bar stops when they die. I think anyways. Yep, his bar, yep, that guy stopped too. He's dead. The enemy's doing a lot better this round, even though I didn't change anything. Not a lot better, but better. Alright. Is he gonna be able to kill one more before he dies? Probably not. Probably not. Oh, he did. 2 down. And see, we can tell that the attacks are working too. It's not attacking anymore once they're dead. I don't know if we had tested that yet or not, but I think we had. If we haven't, we just did. Okay. We have... That's good. That's another line item, I think, right? Yeah, I made an item that said make sure units quit attacking once they are dead. And I also have one that says add a die event, and we kind of have that done as well. I say kind of because I still haven't done the sprite sheets for the enemies. All right, I want to do this one next because this one I want to get done before I quit today, and it's getting later where I need to start thinking about it. So this is the one that says add logic to end combat gracefully. So to do that, we need to do this on the server. And pretty much what we need to do is another command at the end that says, I don't even know if it needs to go at the end because the place it keeps crashing is when it's trying to find a target. And that is in the combat loop right here. When it's trying to find a target and no targets have more than 0 HP, that is breaking the code because the targets list is never populated. So what I can probably do is just add a call here, maybe say if target size equals 0, not greater than 0, equals 0, then I want to do something here to break out of this loop so it doesn't cause any more issues. And eventually we're going to have to build this out even further, but we want to trigger, really what we know here already is that this is the combat's over. So we want to do a new method here, and let's call it on combat end. For now, we can refactor and rename that if we decide we want something different. We're going to put this at the bottom because it's the end of combat and that makes the most sense. We're probably going to have to pass the combat object in here because we have to decide what we push to the front end to get it to know as well. So first of all, if we do that, where was that call at up here? And then we also want to return out of this, or is it break? Sorry, I'm in a for loop. We want to break out of this for loop. We don't want it to keep looping once combat's over. But we do still need it to save that last round of updates, right? Wait, why isn't on combat end working? Because I didn't name it right. All right, on combat end. Okay, on combat end. So when I exit out of this, anything that's happened already will be stored. What if I do, I still want everybody to attack. We're breaking out, this is breaking our rule of everyone getting to attack even if the battle's over. So let's put this after the combat loop stuff. After this, we're gonna put this. If the targets, well, it can't be targets though. We're gonna have to create a function to figure this out, I guess. We'll just say is combat over. If is combat over, we'll create a function that determines that. We don't need this anymore. And if it is, then we need to run the end functionality. And actually, I think I want to do this after the updates. I want to update everything first from that round. Update combat DB. What calls this? Do I run this before I return this object? So right now that's returning to the main object up here. But if we do this, really we're exiting out of returning the combat thing. And we're returning something else. I mean, the stream's hooked up to get combat data. That's what it's expecting. So we're going to have to put something on the combat. Well, we did. We put is completed. So never mind. I was going to say we need to put something on the combat object that lets the front side know that it's done so it can close the connection. But we do already have that. We have is completed. So really, what we can do here is just tell it to update is completed. I mean, as a very basic update. Now, eventually we'll be like giving experience and loot and stuff like that. But as far as this part of it's concerned, we just want to say set is completed to true in return object. Okay, and that, so now I'm seeing what I want to do. I want this to go before we finish this object. So up here, we've already finished building it, so it needs to go above this line is where this call needs to happen. So we need to do our logic to decide, what did I do with that? Did I delete it? Let me try to paste and see if I have it in my clipboard. Yeah, I need to do this. There we go. Is combat over? And on combat end, what do we send here? The combat builder? I'm doing that wrong. Combat dot builder. Combat builder. I want to pass this because I want to be able to set this I'm overthinking this, ain't I? We don't need to pass that. We can do that where it's at. We can say if its combat is over, we can run this in case there's other things to update, but we don't even have to do like a separate update functionality. Let's just get rid of this for now. We don't need it right now. If we need it in the future, we'll add it. We do need to know when combat's over, and if it is, we need to do combat builder dot set completed true. That's all we should need for the front end. It'll check for that when it first comes in, and if it says it's true, then we're just going to have it close the connection, and we'll set something up where it just tells you. We'll have a trigger that happens based on this changing. So now let's make this, let's fix the, so I messed up the top section and I didn't fix it, and I don't want to forget to fix it. So what I was going to say is right now it breaks when it hits the get targets, choose target. And remember, what I want to happen here is say, if targets dot size equals 0. That wasn't right. What's the right wording there? Is it dot? Oh, it is size, but I gotta use the method call. If target size equals 0, I just want it to continue. I want it to go to the next loop. I want to go to the next combat unit. I don't want it to break the code. And this will fix the issue where everybody gets a turn, even if on that last attack, 2 people attacked at the same time or in the same round. They should all get to do their attacks no matter what. And this should fix that. So it's pretty much saying, okay, if all the monsters are dead, well, now let me think about this because maybe I'm overthinking it. No, I'm not. This is right. Because if the monster got in here, if the monster wasn't dead yet, they still get that 1 additional attack. So if they're the last monster left, and they attacked at the same time the hero attacked and killed them, they should still get to go and do damage to one of the heroes. So that's what this fixes. This is a rare, I mean this happens, but as far as it triggering both at the same time is rare, I guess is what I'm saying, but I want to account for that, and that's what this should fix that and account for that. So it looks for a target. If it doesn't find one, it's just not going to do anything else down here. That unit, if there's a unit that actually gets to attack, but there's nobody left to attack, then it just stops, you know, it doesn't get to do anything. That's how most other games work. So that fixes the server error that we were having right here. It says it must be positive when it tries to read, it's trying to loop through, and this is what makes it mad right here. Or not right there, right there. Combat units. Is this too far down? Look, it's saying that's way up there. It's saying right here, choose target for the hero. It actually gets mad before we get down here, doesn't it? So well, I'm kind of rethinking this because I think it might still error out. It's saying this is where the error occurs. If I put this below that line, it's still going to error out. Choose target. So, I mean, it's saying, I mean, we can jump in here where it says that too. All right, so I guess what we can do down here, we can fix it. Maybe we can fix it here. Let's see. Choose target. Possible targets, and it finds this first section finds any monster units and adds them to this new possible target list. It says if it is empty, oh, then it looks at the back row. That's right. This is the front row. This is the back row. The current logic we have in our system says the front row has to die first before the back row can be attacked. So that's what this is. And then we add those monsters in if it gets down here. And then this wants to do a random number based on, so this is where it's actually airing out. So before that call, we just need to do I mean, right here, can we just do if possible targets? Oh my goodness. Targets is empty. The opposite of that, if it's not empty, then do all of this. Otherwise, chosen targets is defined where? Right here. So that has to go outside of there. Okay. So that will initialize the list. Then we might return a blank list. And the other code I added should fix that. So if the list is blank, then continue. None of this, we don't want anything else to run down here. Otherwise, this will probably break next if I didn't have this line. All right, now I think we're good, but I need to change that on both sides, don't I? So the monster attack, or choose target, sorry, is going to have the same issues if, I mean, we've never seen the heroes even get close to dying, but it's still an issue. So right down here, we just said if possible targets dot side, we can do it that way. And then this needs to go above that. And this stuff all needs to go inside of there. Let's get rid of those extra lines. Yeah, well, that's what I tried to do and you got mad at me. If possible targets is not empty. Maybe I just misread what it was doing. Duplicated code, we know that, because I need to refactor this whole unit hero monster crap. Okay, that's good though. So that'll fix, that should fix the error, the null pointer crap that stops the code from running. So next, we need to define this is combat over function, and this needs to return a bool. Doesn't need to be public. Is combat over, and it's a boolean, sorry. And all my other so what do we need to do here? We need to pass in the list of combat units. So it can iterate through them and determine if the combat is really over. So let's pass that in right here. We should have it still. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's iterate over. Actually, wait a minute. We've set up the new elements already. We already have the party and the encounter updated objects, and they're separated out like we want. So instead of doing this, otherwise we're going to have to do the same thing that code has already done. We need, if they're split out already, that's what we want. We want to compare all the heroes and then all the monsters. And if either side has no life left, then combat is over. So what is that? That's the combat builder dot get party. So it should be a party and an encounter object is what we're passing in. And then up here we will say combat builder dot get party and combat builder dot get encounter. See, we just set those right above here, and they already have the broken out units in their own separate groups. They are in, we do have the front and back row stuff going on, but that's it. Everything else is good. And I might even, at some point, I might refactor that too, so there's not two different lists. Because that's causing a lot of duplicated code. There's probably a cleaner way to do that. Okay, so let's do check if party is dead. And then we'll check if enemies are dead. And does it make sense to send this in a data object? I think it might. Like instead of a Boolean, do I set, instead of true false, does it like a value that says hero win or enemy wins? Or just say win or game over would work too, I guess. If it's win, we know the party won. If it's game over, we know the party lost. How's the database look right now for that? I have a completed flag. Let's just add one more field to this. And really all it needs to be is player 1. Is that, I mean, I feel like that's all it needs to say. Player 1. Okay. And then let's update the proto file because we just changed that. And we just want to say bool player 1. And then in the database, we have to make sure we update that side. Okay, and now we also need to update the combat service to make sure it's updating that value and it's in the update functionality stuff. The list stuff. Where's it at? Here it is. So we need to set. We're gonna have to run the. I do this every time. We have to build these values. Return false then, if you can't return null. Let's stop the server. Let's tell it to rebuild so that it builds the proto file update. I don't know if I'm going to make my stretch goal here. I'm not moving as fast as I wanted to. Still got almost a month, but I've been stuck on this one for the last 3 streaming sessions. technically doing both of these together, but that, I mean, this one's still, we still got more to do before we finish this one, because I want to add the monster animations before I consider this one complete. I mean, we're close, but we're not there yet. Just building, building. So this is done. We will update the combat conversion methods to make sure we're including these new values that we just added. So we added set player 1 combat dot get player 1, and the same thing in this one, dot set player 1 combat db dot get player 1. All right, that'll make sure the objects in the database get updated appropriately. Let's run our update script for the front end so it transfers to the Unity side. And now we have this new value we can set down here while we're defining this. So check if party is dead. To do that, we're going to have to loop through both objects. So we're going to say combat unit, hero unit in party dot front row list. Okay. And it's not in, it's a colon in Java. Oh, it's just a unit. I don't know why I put combat unit. Okay, unit, hero unit. Can I just add both of those together real quick? Maybe that's, we'll just say list unit hero units equals new array list, and then just do hero units dot add all party dot get front row heroes list, hero units dot add all party dot get back row heroes list. Now we can loop through this new object and only have one loop. Okay. And now in here, I want to say, let's see, how do I want to do this? We're going to create a counter for both things here. So this is the hero side, and then for the heroes, we also need to know int heroes alive, and we're going to start it at 0, okay? And this is just going to loop through. And it'll say if hero unit dot is dead dot get dead. Didn't I make one called is dead? Oh, that's just a method. It's not. So I guess I just need to look at the HP. if hero unit get common, get current HP is greater than 0. At this point, I mean, I don't even know if I need this. I don't know if I need this, but heroes alive plus plus. Add 1 to the value. Even if even 1 is alive, though, can't I already... I mean, at this point, if 1 is alive, why not just break out of the for loop? And then down here, we can just do a thing that says if heroes alive equals 0, oh, see, we're not passing, we're only passing a true false back. We need to pass... What do we do here? Maybe we do need to pass the combat builder into this. I don't know if I did before, but I think I need to pass that in. And really, set completed is true. But we also need to set this new value now, and we don't know which one it's going to be, the way I have this set up. Well, that's dumb. Alright, let's just pass that in for now. There's probably a better way to do this. If I'm being honest, I don't feel like troubleshooting or figuring that out right now. I know this will work. So, is combat over? And we're going to just change this to a... Let's rename this. Let's call it check for combat over. Okay. This will become void. The builder, the encounter, and then this will be the builder itself. So really we only need to pass the combat builder. We're getting the other 2 items in there that way. So let's do check for combat over. Get rid of these extra crap that's making it break the code. Combat builder. Get rid of all this other stuff. And then down here we'll say combat builder dot get party. Okay. Combat builder dot get party. And then down here then what we'll say is if heroes alive equals 0, combat builder dot set completed to true. Combat builder dot set player 1 to false. And then we can just return. Nothing else has to run at that point, right? Is there a very, very rare case where the hero and the enemies die together? Maybe. Maybe I'll put a note down, but I'm not troubleshooting that logic case right now. In the rare case, the enemy and hero die. what do we do? All right. So blah, blah, blah. If we set those things, then let's return. And then we're going to do pretty much the same thing right here for the enemy. So we're going to say enemies alive equals 0. Really, this can just be a Boolean the way I'm using it, right? That'll make it look cleaner the way I'm actually using this. We're going to say false. Boolean heroes alive. And then we'll just set it to true. If we found one that has greater than 0 HP, heroes alive equals true. If heroes alive then do that. No, wait. I did that wrong. If heroes are not alive, heroes alive is false, then we're ending combat. That's what this will end up doing. So when we send this combat object back to the Unity front end and it sees completed set to true, we're going to cause it, just like the pause button does, we're going to cause it to stop the stream, and that will stop combat. And then, of course, we'll have additional new calls that the system can do outside of just the combat loop call that we've been using over and over so far. Okay, so that's good. Now we just need to do the same thing down here. So this is a Boolean. Enemies alive equals false. And then we want to do a new list. Monsters equals new array list. Monsters dot add all combat builder dot get encounter dot get front row. Monsters dot add all combat builder dot get encounter dot get back row. Okay. Now we're going to loop for each unit monster in monsters. If monster dot get common dot get current HP is greater than 0, enemies alive equals true. Break. All right. And then if enemies are not alive, combat builder dot set completed true. Combat builder dot set player 1 true. All right. And then we need to return that object, right? So maybe this was wrong to put this way. This is a combat dot builder is getting returned. Can I still return the same object I passed in? Is it going to let me do this correctly? I think it will. We haven't closed it out yet. And because I did that, I should just be able to return it up here. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. We're going to return it everywhere. So we'll loop through. If neither one of these are true, then it's not going to make any updates and it's just going to return the same object back. Otherwise, if they are true, it's going to set those new values. So this will be combat builder equals, so that we save it. Oh, it's already getting mad. What did I do? Variable is already assigned to this value. What? Oh, we're passing by reference. I still like that. If it doesn't break the code, I just like the way it looks. It just makes you see that it's getting assigned the value. Okay. So this should... We still have to fix the front end or it's not going to stop running. So let's go over there and check that out. So in the combat manager, we want to set, so it's going to be very similar to how pause works. So let's look at that. How did I do that? Let's just double check how we did that. So we said combat manager instance on disable is what we're running to cause it to stop. Okay. So then over here in the loop, let's look. Run combat loop. It's creating the task. Combat info equals latest. On combat updated invoke latest. So what if we just do something right here to the effect of if combat info dot completed else that. So if we're not completed, run that. If we are completed, let's create one more, a new call, a new event. Where's those at? Right here. We still want to pass the combat object one more time, I think. For now, anyways. But I want this to trigger something else. So on combat completed should trigger all right. And then really this spot should actually trigger the stop. I shouldn't be calling a different thing to stop combat. The combat manager should manage that. So in that case, since we know combat's completed, we sent that event. So now we have that last event in. But let's also kill the connection here, which is the on disable. And we can even write, just so we know for sure this works, since we might not define anything yet for the on combat completed, but we at least want to end gracefully, which is what we're kind of doing here. Combat has completed. Okay. So it shouldn't have any more errors, I don't think, from the server. it should show that the stream ended after combat's over, and we should see this debug log that says combat has completed. So let's restart the server. We haven't done anything. We'll have to create like an an end combat object or UI or whatever that kind of just gives an update that says if the player won or lost. And in the future, it'll show like the stats that have been gained, like XP, loot, gold. And then there should be a button in the normal game, there'll be a button that says like just whatever, click OK, and then you go back to the dungeon scene where you're moving. But for now, what it'll do is it'll just say generate new combat. And right now, all that'll do is reset their HPs and start the combat over. And we can even change that if we want and make it where the players don't regenerate, but the monsters do or something to trigger more of an idea where, okay, the players won a battle and then they found another battle and they're already injured type of thing. So that should work too. Okay, let's just see how much we broke. We did a lot of updates there. Hopefully they all work because I'm not really sure about all those updates. Okay, I already have a broke. Okay, that just means we don't have any data in the database and it's getting mad, so let's fix that. In the combat object, it's looking for something in there, and since it's no, it's getting mad. 0. We'll have to set something up where it resets that too, because I don't think we did that in that code we just generated. It'll set it to true, but there's nothing that, I don't know. I guess it'll work fine because completed will just have to, completed and started will both have to be reset. Through the code somewhere. When we tell it to regenerate the next battle, it should reset those two numbers to 0 when we do that step. Okay, let's restart the server. I don't know if we really had to because that was just the data issue. We probably didn't have to. It doesn't take that long to start the server. Okay, server's up. Let's stop and restart this because we didn't actually get a good connection there. And push and play. Okay. It's working so far. When we push play, it should give everybody life. Which for some reason my action bars still aren't updating correctly. Alright. And win or lose, we want to see when the battle's over that we don't see that gRPC connection error anymore. I don't know who's going to win. It sure does look like the heroes will probably still win this battle. I don't know, that evil fairy hits pretty hard. Boom, got a second one. Might get a third one here. Uh-oh. Well, I still think she's going to lose, but that was a much closer battle than the other ones have been. All right. See, we got the call. Now, it didn't update the UI. That last tick didn't update because probably just because we need to somehow finish that update somehow, but it did stop and combat has completed. And we did not cause an error. Nice. So we're really, really close. The combat is now working in almost all cases. There's a few little edge cases here that we wrote down as notes. But I can mark off the logic to end combat gracefully. So we only ended up with one line item. Well, kind of 1.5 line items, but they're tied together. So we didn't do the sprite sheets or the animations for the enemies, and that was on my list. And that might take a little bit of time. I have some of that already built out, like I said, but not all of it. So that's going to take a little bit of time. And then the other thing which is tied to that is the enemy side needs to show when they do attacks, when they do hits, when they die. So all of those animations need to be properly set up for the monster side. So we got really close to getting all our line items today done. I'd say that was 70 to 80% of what we wanted to get done got done. So, yeah, it's looking good. It's slowly starting to look like an actual game. Although, like I said, this is like an auto battler at this point. So hopefully soon we're going to get we'll try to integrate some kind of interaction where we can actually cause things to change in the game when we're playing. Let me look at the list here of upcoming things. So once we're done with this step, what I wanted to start working on was the item generation. So think equipment that the heroes can use. So these next two steps will be creating some logic to generate items. And a lot of this logic will help us figure out how to do the monster generation step as well. So my thought process on the items is I'm going to create like base items. So you might have like a wooden sword, and it does 1 to 4 damage as an example. And then the generated stats is where it, based on the kind of item, it has so many generated stats. So a base item that's completely base and not magic at all might not have any generated stats. So that might just be the base weapon of 1 to 4 damage. But let's say we end up having like a magic longsword. I don't even know what it would be called. But that one might end up with 2 generated stats on it. And so we need a way to generate those modifiers. Like one of them might update our attack speed by, we might gain 10% attack speed, and the other one might add 2 damage. Just idea. I mean, it can be a lot of different things, but just to give you an idea what that means. So our goal is to create some kind of item generation logic. We'll have the base items in a database table. And then we're going to have a generated item database table that's based on the actual items that are kind of in the game, for example. These are like static data of items that can be picked for the generation. And then once they're generated and in the game, then those become like unique versions of those base items. So every time I've talked about this, I've always said think Diablo. If you played a Diablo game, how the items work. You have like a base item type, like padded armor, but then it could have magic attributes attached to that padded armor. So it has base stats that it works with, but then the generated stats modify that base item. So once we've figured out how to generate those items, then the next step, of course, will be figuring out how to attach them to to heroes. So we're going to have to build out some system where we can, and I've already got some of this started, but we haven't really dove into any of the details. But we'll have this equipment. It'll be an equipment table in the database, and it'll link to the hero that it's updating. And then, of course, there'll be constraints as far as you can only equip one weapon, you can only equip one armor, stuff like that. And then we'll just make sure when it's in the equip value that we figure out how to update. Where did I put that? No, it's here. I put it in here. Make sure when they're equipped that it updates the hero correctly for combat and for viewing stats and everything else. We want to make sure that if the equipment we click to equip adds 5 to the defense, we need to make sure that that is appropriately in this system so that it manages the combat attacks and stuff correctly. So that's what's coming up very soon here. And even that won't trigger a whole lot of these first couple steps anyways aren't going to trigger a way for us to test interactivity with the game. Where's the first part that will test interactivity? Let's see. I mean, this one technically will. We're going to create a UI so that we can change the equipment in the game. And by changing the equipment on the heroes, that's definitely going to change the game a little bit. And then this is the part, I mean, we're kind of getting ready to do this now just because we're having to manually update the database, but this is just a way to trigger additional battles. So once we win one battle, we should have a way to trigger another battle and continue on with the same party. So that should be a very quick day or whatever you want to call it. That's a very quick line item in this list of line items. Build out loot logic and give player loots. Yeah, we're going to do that. Build out random monster generation and encounter logic. So this will be similar to, once we figure out the item generation and how to kind of manage a base table and a generated table, I think this should be a lot quicker than once we figure that out, because it's going to be very similar to the item generation. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the stuff we have, we won't actually get to like this interactive form of combat until we start adding skills. Because once we add skills, that's when you're going to start getting the ability to kind of interact with combat while it's happening. So when we click a skill in combat, then we can trigger something to change rather than just the auto battle system that's in there. So there are quite a few things we need to develop before we get to that point, unfortunately. But we are getting there. And like I said, my goal is still Thanksgiving to get to this point way down here. So this is pretty much the whole combat, everything fleshed out that we need for combat when we get to this point. It'll be skills, it'll be buffs, it'll be items, it'll be like XP, jobs, leveling up. So this is a really big chunk of the game. So even though it feels like, oh, we haven't got that far, well, this is the majority of the game is really defined in this part, I think. So yeah, there's still some stuff down here that'll take a long time too, but this is really a big chunk of the game. So we're making some really good progress. But I think for today, I'm going to call it quits. I'm getting tired and need to get some other stuff done. So I appreciate everyone that's on, and I will see you guys next time, hopefully. Talk to you later.